The future has begun, and you're all an imprint of that identity. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our honorable chief guest, Your Highness Sayyid Kamil bin Fahad bin Mahmoud Al Saeed, Secretary General at the Secretariat General for the Council of Ministers and Chairman of ITHCA Group. His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Mashini and all our distinguished guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh and good morning. There goes an adage. Modern technology has become a total phenomenon for civilization, the defining force of a new social order in which efficiency is no longer an option, but a necessity imposed on all human activity. Let us keep these words in mind as we enter a new era of digital transformation with Oman Vision 2040 at its helm. With this, I, on behalf of United Media Services, would like to extend a warm welcome and a good morning to all of you and each one of you at the Oer Live Digital Transformation Conference and Awards 2022. This event was made possible by the unwavering support of our sponsors, all of whom have dedicated their efforts to the sustainable development of our nation and are taking the charge in moving forward with Oman's Vision 2040. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincerest gratitude to our energy partner, Petroleum Development Oman, innovation partner OQ, and our endorsement partner Oman Banks Association. We would also like to point the spotlight on our sponsors for the day. Sohar International joins us as the digital banking partner, while Bank Nizwa is proudly our digital Islamic banking partner. Our asset management partner is United Securities, and NeoReality is our immersive tech partner. Cisco joins us as our digital partner, while Business Gateways as our technology partner. Omantel is here as our 5G technology partner, MHD iTex and the FAR Insurance as our associate partners, Majani University College as our academic partners, and Bahwan Cybertech, Securador, and Software Systems LLC as our support partners. Coverage of the event is made possible by our media partners. Times of Oman is our English media partner, while Alam Al-Iqtisad and Al-Shabiba are our Arabic media partners. On the digital front, OER Live will be covering this event live on its website, which is www.oerlive.com. A very big thanks to each and every one of our sponsors for making this event possible, and each one of you for being here. You all look beautiful, and it's an amazing packed day. So a round of applause for you and the sponsors, please. We are also very grateful to everyone present here today, as I mentioned. However, for those who haven't been able to join us today in attendance, we are going live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Our official YouTube handle is @OER Live, and the hashtag to interact with us as the organizers of the event is #OERLiveDX. And we also have another hashtag, OER Live, so get active on those. We encourage you to engage with our team and comments, posts, and tweets using the official handles. Our team will be honored with all your questions to respond with them and your posts and other queries as the day unfolds. Bank Nizwa has lined up something exciting for our guests, and so has NeoReality, but the specific guests attending OER Live Digital Transformation Conference today. 3 lucky winners stand a chance of winning 100 Omani Riyals, and you can enter the draw by scanning the QR code on the card provided by Bank Nizwa and register yourself. So please do so. 3 winners will be picked in a lucky draw and intimated by Bank Nizwa tomorrow. So hurry up, enter the draw, it's worth it. We're all going to be doing that. Now, without further ado, to commence and to start the day, I would now like to invite Mr. Atulya Sharma, the CEO of United Media Services and a proud technology evangelist, on the stage to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Atulya. A slight light clap would be great. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Mashni, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to the OER Live Digital Transformation Conference and Awards 2022. We are extremely grateful to His Highness Syed Kamal bin Fahad Al Said, Chairman of ITCA Group, and the Secretary General in the Secretariat General of the Council of Ministers for taking time out from his busy schedule to grace today's event. Thank you, Your Highness. Actually, two terms that have really confused me since the pandemic started. One is social distancing, and the other is digital transformation. Let me just expound on that. Social distancing, I think, is a contradiction in terms. And why I say that is, if we are talking about keeping safe distance from others and isolating ourselves, possibly the right term could be safe distancing or distant socializing. But social distancing somehow is a contradiction in terms as far as I'm concerned. The second one, which is more pertinent for today's event, is digital transformation. And let me just take a minute to explain why I say that. If we do a quick Google search of the word digital, we'll hit 9 billion hits. I'm not kidding. It is 9 billion hits that you will encounter if you just search the word digital on Google. Now, if we talk about digital to different people, you'll get very different responses about what they feel digital is. Somebody might say that digital is all about paperless, going paperless. Somebody else might say that digital is about big data, data analytics, machine learning. Another person might say it's about agile teams, it's about open plan offices. So, it's different versions of that same term which you will hear from different people. And now the second part of the term, transformation. That again is a very ambiguous term and used very loosely by different people. So transformation could mean innovating and upgrading your legacy systems. It could very well mean restructuring the organization, restructuring the corporation itself, or it could actually be changing the culture of the organization to embed and embrace digital within its philosophy. So again, there are a lot of versions that we will hear of, the same term. And it's quite like, the elephant and the six blind men, the story that we all know. It's like that. So it's become a jargon, misused, abused, and a lot of things are just put under the banner of digital transformation without people realizing or pointing to a specific solution or a particular thing that they want to convey. So, since we are in a digital transformation conference, it was important that we sort of make that ground rule clear. Now, just to actually say what digital transformation is, in my humble opinion, it definitely incorporates everything digital, all the products and services which transform the way business is conducted. But of course, digital transformation should start way down in terms of understanding your customers, your industry, your business, your people, and then that journey ought to be embarked upon. It's not, just go for the snazzy-looking technology because everybody else has it. We need to really do a deep dive and understand why we are embarking on the digital transformation journey. It must focus on the experiences that the company offers, may it be to your internal audiences or to your external customers. So in short, I would say that it's about solving human problems using technology. So technology is just the enabler, but the problems are what they have been for right from when the Industrial Revolution started, probably. Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, has defined digital transformation very aptly, and I'm quoting exactly how they define it. Digital transformation is the process of using digital technologies to create new or modify existing business processes, culture, and customer experiences to meet changing business and market requirements. So I think that's a very all-encompassing and apt description of what digital transformation should ideally mean. And this definition is very consistent with the E-Oman 2030 strategy, which aims at preparing community, manpower, businesses, and the government on the impact of technology and digitization. The strategy outlines the importance of increasing the sectoral share of IT to the GDP of Oman, alongside becoming one of the top 20 countries in e-transformation globally and positioning Oman as one of the top 10 countries in cybersecurity and trust. It focuses on creating digital technology jobs and digital technology startups. The e-Oman strategy, if implemented properly, will surely be a huge stepping stone in taking and actualizing Oman Vision's 2040 objective of taking Oman to the top 20 nations in the Innovation Index. So it's a huge step in that direction, the e-Oman strategy. We are fortunate that we have His Highness Said Kamil bin Fahad Al Said, the chairman of ITCA, and Mr. Said Al Mandri, CEO of ITCA, with us today, and they are the leading lights on the ICT sector in the Sultanate. ITCA was formerly called the Information and Communication Technology Group of Oman, and under their leadership, ITCA is actively working on building Oman's IT infrastructure and enhancing Oman's digital capabilities. But to shed more light on what all ITCA is doing, we can't wait to hear from the CEO of ITCA Group in his keynote speech. Another breakthrough technology that is on a nationwide rollout is 5G. The spectrum has opened up a wide network of opportunities for SMEs and organizations at large as Oman builds up its ICT transformations. Oman's national broadband strategy is one that will completely transform Oman as it envisions providing 90% connectivity in urban areas by 2030, with overall penetration reaching 75% in the same year. All these digital initiatives give us the confidence that say that for Oman, the sky isn't the limit. The Sultanate will actually be breaking the realms of land and air to enter space for the first time with its low Earth orbital satellite by the end of 2022. What's more, Space Communication Technologies, a government of Oman company, is also planning a throughput national satellite by 2024. As a part of today's event, we have lined up several thought-provoking presentations and have devised a panel discussion complete with proficient experts and change makers across sectors. We also have proud technology patrons from Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Germany with us here today. Once again, we are grateful to all of you and to our partners, sponsors, and speakers for your constant support in making this event successful. I wish you a thought-provoking and interesting summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. That was very thought-provoking. As we see the matrix codes coming down, it's not about plugging into the matrix. It's trying to figure out by Vision 2040 who can own the matrix, right? So moving on, I would now like to invite on stage a pioneer and forerunner who has been instrumental in developing the Sultanate's information and communication technology sector to deliver the keynote address today. He is none other than Mr. Saeed Al Mandri, the CEO of ITCA Group, with over 2 decades of experience in the ICT sector and having set the hallmark in several national projects related to e-government initiatives. Mr. Al Mandri's career is nothing short of illustrious. Prior to this, he was the CEO of Oman Broadband Company for 6 years, but his drive to push the limits means that in addition to his current full-time job, he is currently involved in multiple committees and working groups related to building ICT strategies, national capacity building, SMEs, and formulating a digital economy. Mr. Al Mandri holds a master's degree in computer engineering, a computer systems engineering degree from Kent University, and is also a graduate of executive management program from Berkeley University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we invite Mr. Saeed Al Mandri to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير جميعا. Your Highness Sayyid Kamil bin Fahad Al Said Al Muwaqqar, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very honored today to be with you today in this prestigious conference under the theme of the digital transformation. And I would support and agree Mr. Atelier for his statements of the different definitions of the digital transformation. But for a while, if we park the digital part and talk about the transformation and go back to the history, mid of the 18th century, where the first industrial revolution have started with the introduction of the steam power at that time, the people was forced to do the transformation and to change the usual workforce of the manual to mechanize the things, and then was forced to change the quality of the products and the mass of the product. Later on, 100 years later, another ignite power, which is the electricity, have posed as well another transformation. And then another 100 years later, where the electronics, the world of the electronics and computer came, again, the third transformation was forced. So regardless of how we define the digital transformation, it's a power which forces everybody to change, the way of the work to change. Now, one common characteristic on the digital transformation, which is always common on all the revolutions, the first and second, the third, which is there is an ignite for each of the industrial revolution, being in the first one, the steam power, as we said, the second one, electricity, and the third one, electronics and computing. Now, it's very obvious that we are living on the digital and the new technology adoption, which is an ignite of the fourth industrial revolution. Another common characteristic with the third or the previous three revolutions is that there is always a one or a two options for any nation or country. One option is to make a leap and make use of the transformation to change the economy and the picture of the economy of some of the countries. So the first and second revolution have been a benefit for lots of countries on the Europe and US. And the third, the eastern part have started evolving on being part of this economy. So all the industrial revolution previously was actually an opportunity for a leap and a change of economy. Now, the second option was always for those who doesn't use these industrial revolutions to change, they were under the question of survival. And they were pushed to do the transformation without any choice, but with a slow measuring that they have to be part of this transformation because they wanted to survive. So being in the fourth industrial revolution and adopting the digital transformation and the new technology by any means is not an option. The only thing is that you have to choose one of the two options. Make a leap or question yourself to be survival throughout the journey. The journey is very difficult and complex. It has multiple pillars, starting from the regulation and policy, the infrastructure, the digital services, the frame of the ecosystem of adopting the technologies, the emerging technologies, and supporting them to be evolved, the platform of the innovation, because that's a base of the fourth industrial revolution. All of these are actually main pillars of the fourth industrial revolution. And those who would make use of those and accelerate, they will have their part of this fourth industrial revolution. Basically, even if we think that we are moving steps forward, if these steps forwards are not considered to be fast with the same speed of the accelerated world, it would be considered as a static. So it's actually, being a static, it's a step back. So therefore, there's no option more than accelerating the digital transformation, and there's no option of not having this digital transformation as an opportunity to make a leap. Otherwise, we'll be always living the question of survival. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed Al-Mandhari, for your incisive presentation in the ICT sector and what's in store for the Sultanate in the future. Now we're moving on to something very exciting coming in from the team of Neo Reality. A great surprise in store for you guys. A leader in immersive technology across continents, Neo Reality takes shape in the Sultanate as a technology provider with a vast array of avenues that can be redefined with immersive and interactive solutions. So without further ado, let's get the show rolling, and can we dim the lights?
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is Himanshu Mahapatra, Group General Manager of Muscat Overseas Group. It is my immense pleasure and privilege to introduce Euclidean holographic technology, which is managed under New Reality, partner with Axiom Australia. Axiom Australia is previously known as Euclidean holographic technology. Holographic is considered is unique innovative technology which can transform visions of many industries and services. Euclidean holographic is a multi-award winning 3D technology which can present 3D holograms in a most realistic manner as you see in a Hollywood productions. The unique part of this technology is its point cloud algorithm, which allows to store the 3D data in three-dimensional grid rather than polygonal geometry. This technology further blur the line between the reality and virtuality. Euclidean holographic Middle East headquartered in Muscat has opened its first experience center in Al Mujammal Al Hel. Our experience center is one of the unique in the Middle East, providing all the latest technology which can be used by multiple industry, including in the education, healthcare, training, virtual tourism, exhibition, event management, urban planning, location mapping, and many other industries. Our center having all gamut of holographic products, including holographic stage, holographic wall, holographic table, holographic room, holographic arcade games, and also we have multiple industry specific digital assets and immersive experiences, and many more are coming in future. We not only provide the holography equipment, but also we support our clients to provide the 3D scanning of any physical assets, any specific location or properties. We not only provide the equipments, but also help them in installation and give regular maintenance, and also in a very much solutions required for their industries. We also provide our clients a rental service of our equipment which can be used for any of their events or product presentations or any of the exhibitions with our own equipments as well as the specially designed content as per the customer's requirement. As I am speaking, you can experience the holographic stage, and if you go out in this corridor, you will find the holographic wall. Please visit there. It is really informative and educative and also entertaining. And if you want to experience more unique products and other products, please visit our All Hell Eclodian Holographic Center. We have well-experienced team in Oman, also a professional technology development and solution development team in India, and we get a technology support from Australia. Eclodian Holographic is founded by Mr. Bruce Dale, who is the inventor of patented 3D algorithm called Unlimited Details, which is used by French Railway and Tokyo Traffic Authority. Mr. Bruce Dale is the winner of some of the most prestigious technology awards, and also he has developed many technology which is used by the Axiom Group. Let me get the honor to invite him to this stage to talk about his technology. Thank you very much.
My name's Bruce Dell. I'm the CEO of Axiom Holographics. We build hologram equipment. Perhaps you've seen holograms in movies like Star Wars or Star Trek. Holograms are where you make an object out of light. It looks solid, but you can put your hand straight through it. That technology used to be very expensive. It used to cost about $2 to $3 million to make a single hologram room. Our company, back in Australia, found a new way to produce hologram equipment for a fraction of the price. And so we now produce more hologram devices than any other company in the world for more industries than any other company in the world. Now, the Middle East at the moment is very hungry for advanced technology, and so we've partnered with Neo Reality here in Oman, who have a wonderful showroom. I really do encourage you to go and visit their showroom, even if right now you're not specifically saying you want or need hologram technology. It's important to know what exists. It could fit in your future plans at any time. We have hologram tables, we have hologram rooms, we have entire hologram tunnels. So all sorts of different devices, and they could really give a certain advantage to your business. Now, a lot of this technology does things that you've never seen before. For example, if I were to say, you people on the left side of the room, if I point at you right now, you can see me pointing at you, directly at you. In fact, you can see me looking directly into your eyes. But the people on the right side of the room, while I'm pointing at the people on the left side of the room, you also see me looking directly into your eyes, and I'm directly pointing at you. In fact, if you wanted to, some of you could even come down the front and be right here or right there, and you would all see me as though I was turning to look at you, look directly into your eyes. So this is what we do with special matrices. I like to say holograms care more, because if I myself was doing this live and I wanted to look directly into everybody's eyes to make that personal contact, I would have to be doing this the whole time, looking at every single person in the audience. But all of you in the room are all seeing me look directly at you. This is an example of one of the many new breakthroughs in technology that have been created in the last few years. So I encourage you all to come around to the showroom here in Oman, the showroom for the Middle East, and have a look at all of the new things that are now available, and ask yourself, how can these things be beneficial to your business?
Thank you, Bruce. Let me invite Mr. Mayank Manish, who is leading the launch of innovative 3D holographic solution based out of India.
My name is Mayank Manish, and I am the founder of OrBZ. We are building visuals and experiences leveraging the holograms that Bruce just spoke about. We have a team of visual and graphic designers and artists and engineers who create all these experiences from here in India. We build immersive, interactive, and very innovative experiences using the wonderful use cases that are given to us by our clients. You see me speaking on a 3D hologram stage, but did you know we could also create an interactive hologram where we recreate a digital persona and you could go out and ask any question and get an answer from the hologram. That's something we've already done for a couple of museums. From real estate walkthroughs to education in classrooms, digital experiences or exhibitions for museums, to photogrammetric 3D scans of the rare artifacts. We've done it all, and we continue to do so, building exciting use cases for tourism, entertainment, education, government, defense, and any sector that you can think of. The 3D hologram tours that we create bring 3D 360 environments to you on these hologram walls, where you are essentially able to immerse yourself in an environment. We've done this for tourist sites, we've done this for factories. So there's a wide variety of usage of the holograms that we create. Not just that, we've also done LiDAR scans on these holograms and are now building the capability of analytics on these LiDAR scans to empower the government to make decisions and plan strategies leveraging our technology. Our ability to understand your problems and build to the use case that you're looking for makes us an exciting company that one would look forward to working with for creating experiences that you would like to deliver to your customers or to your employees. We are excited to be a close strategic partner of Neo Reality. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you at our Experience Center.
Well, that was Neo Reality. The way I see it is the impending digital flood is coming. We need a digital Noah to save us. So moving on, the holographic technology was really presented to us by Neo Reality, so well done to them. We are now moving on to a presentation by Mr. Saoud Al-Zakwani, and he holds the position of the Head of Data Science at the Petroleum Development Oman. He is an artificial intelligence practitioner who has worked on the major advancement of the organization's digital ambition and also leads the corporate robotics process automation and technology incubation program. His interest lies in country value, automation, machine learning, deep learning, and computer vision. All these are future terms, and please put your hands together for Mr. Saoud Al-Zakwani.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As introduced, my name is Saoud Al-Zakwani, and I would prepare a presentation for you where we'll take you on a short journey of what we have done in automation in PDO. I work under the Digital Center of Excellence, which is under IDD. Hassan, I report to Hassan directly. He's part of our distinguished guest. And I will jump right away to the presentation. Next slide, please. The agenda is very shortened to, usually we present, then we introduce the team or the team who's responsible for that project, that program. But on this presentation, I will start with the team. Then I will tell you about the story. I will take you through an automation journey where we are at, how we started, hopefully share a number of best practices, our automation framework, which has been designed, redesigned, and we keep on adding and adapting. Value realization, how we calculate value on our automation journey, and what's next in the future. So let me introduce you to our team. 4 individuals who have been working in PDO addressing a number of our automation requirements. Each and every one of them came in between 2018 to 2020, starting with Fatma. Fatma was the first recruitment we had in our team, who started in 2018. She's good with numbers. She started working on finance and has been working in finance. Believe it or not, she every day pushes the exchange rates that we actually use corporately in PDO, having an accurate representation of each and every exchange rate that we actually account for. She's also responsible of more than 600 vendors in communication, where she communicates with them day in, day out, making sure she expedites what we require and makes also sure that what we require reaches on time. She also does period end and a number of finance automations. Moving to Musa'ad is our engineer, and he's working in the engineering function. His responsibility earlier on was on cost estimation. So what he does is, instead of buying a pencil for 100 Beza today and buying it for 1 Riyal tomorrow, Musa'ad makes sure that that price range is acceptable. There are different calculations which we follow a specific logic, and we trust Musa'ad's nomination of the price at the end. He's also working on one of the extensive projects which we consider alarm rationalization. Most of engineering projects, we have to declare a specific alarm based if it's a high, medium, or low priority. Any project could have between 10,000 to 20,000 alarms, and within 6 months, each and every of these alarms needs to be addressed accurately. Moving to Najma. Najma is our excellent resource. Why? Because she double hats. She works in exploration and also works in IT. In exploration, she was recruited in 2019, and she started working on calculating central velocities for the north. What central velocity is, it's a very extensive calculations of us rigorously trying to understand what is under the subsurface, what is on subsurface, so under the ground. So for every drilling well we complete, we explore and understand the reality, and we take that reality to minimize whatever assumptions that we hold. Najma was also a very critical resource for our fight for during the pandemic. She has been responsible of allowing us to understand the social distancing norm. She was also responsible on implementing compliance in PDO. So any strategic rule within the COVID compliance was made overnight. She would actually make sure the organization complies within just a few days. Lastly is Salama, based on her name, with an H at the end. And Salama is on the safety side. Every morning, there's a critical report we call safety report, which is shared, and it cannot surpass 6 p.m. This report goes around each and every function, and each and every function uses this report to understand what has happened, the incidents, and what we are supposed to be careful of. She is also responsible of integrating and migrating information from 6 different databases to be able to build different dashboards from the millions of kilometers that we have driven without any incidents to the incidents that we keep track very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, I have introduced you to our digital workforce. Fatma, Musa'ad, Najma, and Salama are robots which part and parcel hold employee IDs, part and parcel have accesses depending on their roles, and believe it or not, most of the compliance that we as employees have to go through, they also have to go through. One of the biggest challenges on our compliance was how will we get a robot to change their own password? Well, in PDO, we managed to do that. Each and every robot that we have, all 4 of them, given every few months, they change their own password. So, surprisingly, how did we reach here? It was not an overnight step, but it's the ambition that we set to start with. In 2018, we revised and refreshed our strategy on how we are going to approach automation. Rather than the siloed excellence that we actually hold across where based on a use case and we would actually want to automate, and we've been doing that for quite a while, we sat on a blank page and devised a blueprint on building an ability for the company that could actually work as a digital workforce, and if there is any automation, this digital workforce can address it regardless. In 2018, we started from a market intelligence, trying to learn from different companies, and decided to go ahead with 5 pilots. These 5 pilots were segmented on different complexities. So the top one is, if we succeed, we know this limitation is almost breaking barriers. And the bottom one is like exchange rate, going into different banking web pages and pulling information. We succeeded on some of these pilots. Some of them did not really make light, but we knew exactly where was the line of limitation in technology. We started scaling up immediately, and we started looking at different functions on what we can address. One enabler that actually led us to where we are is focus. If today we look at the market in PDO and what is the potential of automation, there are thousands of opportunities of automation. We did not just want to boil the ocean. It was quite important to start prioritizing what is important for us to automate. We moved into 2019, and where we started a major scale up. This is where, apart from Fatma, we started recruiting Najma and Musa'ad, and depending on the demand. In 2020, we achieved 100% Omanization within the RPA team in Oman. We're working closely with multiple vendors within the local community and also internationally to be able to bring in the best and the latest. 2021, we introduced task capture, where rather than sitting with the business and them telling us a story, task capture was a tool where we would install it to the business machine, and then we will ask them, you know what, do what you are expected to do, and task capture would document each and every process. At the end, we know exactly what value we actually add in if we address the process itself. Alhamdulillah, this year we've crossed over 2 million value generation within the journey itself, and we were awarded 2 awards in the intelligent automation. One of those awards is strictly directed to Najma and her effort in COVID. Yeah. So a lot of time the confusion is when we speak about robots, people expect to actually see a tangible, walking, probably talking machine. While our robots, the whole digital workforce, these are softwares. These are softwares which have these are softwares which have a finite number of hours in a day, which is 24. Within 24, that is the actual close that we can work with them. They don't have 50 hours there. They can process faster, but if we wanted to process something at 6 p.m., we will have to wait for 6 p.m. for the bot to enact. Their ability is based on mimicking our interactions with digital systems. So what we look at is we look at different interactions that we have with software and look at that repetition and replace that with the bots. They're really fast, very easy to develop and deploy. Most of the time it's recording and hardly fail at what the task is given. Lastly, the software bots come into 2 versions. One is attended and one is unattended. And in PDO, we have both. Unattended bots is where you give them a task, you give them the frequency, and they keep on doing it for as long as that frequency is addressed. And the unattended is what we get value from, because an end-to-end process, sometimes you cannot automate the whole thing. So the unattended would automate 20%, then the robot will email for approval. As soon as they receive an approval from a team member, they'll go back to another 30%, they might email a director for approval, and the whole interaction is enabled. When we introduced Najma for the first time, we didn't really have time to tell the entire workforce in PDO, you know what, Najma will be responsible of emailing you, reminding you of the compliance and all. Based on the pandemic, we took a decision overnight, we'll try to address the whole organization. It was quite interesting, the replies that we used to get back from people. A lot of them never realized that they were communicating with a robot. Our automation framework is based on years of experience. We started based, as we said, can we automate to changing a strategy? The ability of automation will always be there, but our vision would be, can we develop a digital workforce that any automation we should be able to address? We spoke about initially, we do not tackle or boil the ocean. We look at a prioritization and what gives us the best value at the end. We tackle that and push down the list. We have an agile approach, which means rather than waiting for 2 months to have your end-to-end automation, the first 2 weeks, based on agile, will give you a percentage of automation which is already done. So if it's 100%, the first 2 months is 25%, where your initial automation is done while you're waiting for the whole lot to come. That's very early value realization and has been working quite well for us. And we also hold a team which not only we are Omanized, but also encouraging the local community on Omanization. Companies which we are working on our support model, we started where 90% was not Omanized. Today we reached 80% of Omanis within that support model itself. Okay. Benefits of RPA, yeah, there's quite a list of benefits, and I will speak about the benefits, what would probably the best stories we can share. Fatma from finance deals with 600 vendors day in, day out. It's a workload that would need an army to replicate. Fatma deals with them mostly at night, and in the morning starts doing other functional requirements on finance. That ability of being able to work 24/7 is one of the best abilities that we're actually introducing to the organization. Second part is we're starting to understand what is pushing us to the future skills. Adaptation is quite important in PDO, and now we look at ourselves on the RPA Center of Excellence as part of the business of removing the robot from our workforce. And we've been doing that quite successfully. We'll present the values at the end. I'll also want to add, it's not only value, which you see, there's also some things which we tend to be very, very careful. RPA, based on the logic, can really add value, or it can really disrupt what you're trying to do. If you are trying to add efficiency on a value-generated process, RPA could be one very good technology, but at the same time, if you miss out a technique or a logic, you'd have the robot sending an email across the organization which might not stop until the infrastructure team either puts the stop to it. So it's also a very cautious technology that you do not want it to be exposed, and anyone and any person has the ability to be able to rapidly do what they're doing in a larger scale. Yep. So we took a very ingenious approach when it comes to value. When we start addressing any process, we'd ask the business first on how many hours it takes them to actually address the process on a traditional approach. Based on that timeline, some businesses have a day's requirement, some businesses have 10 minutes, an hour, and we consider that our potential. After the automation, we'll look at how much percentage of that process we've managed to automate, and that percentage contributes as to how many hours we can consider as time liberation. We know every hour, based on a specific employee, how much we contribute to their financial payment every month, and we take that value every time a robot runs. The robot also accumulates what value they're actually putting into the organization. As of date, 4 robots, we've addressed 44 automated processes in PDO, and we've crossed over 2 million. In equivalence, if we are looking at the digital workforce itself, 4 robots are currently equivalent to 17 FTEs, 17 actual employees if we were to recruit. The robots are currently addressing that. And we have not maximized the robots' potential. Some of these robots, we've not even reached 25% of what they can actually deliver more. As of date also, we've rapidly decreased the deployment time. Based on Agile, we used to take around 4 to 5 months for every automation. Nowadays, we take 49 days on average from addressing an idea to deploying the automation itself. Yes, that's it from our side. Very brief on our automation journey, and hopefully in a number of years, I would come back and have 8 robots or 16, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saud, and I'm glad everybody clapped. We are all humans and not robots. Very good. Our next presenter is Mr. Heymant Morkath, the CEO of Business Gateways. Mr. Morkath has over 30 years of experience in the IT industry right here in Oman and other nations, with an extensive background in implementing and overseeing national-level IT-related projects. Through Business Gateways, Mr. Morkath has led several consulting teams on procurement, IT infrastructure, engineering, subsidy deployment, and FDI implementation strategies here in Oman. He is also the chief architect of the award-winning portal businessgateways.com. Please put your hands together for Mr. Morkath, and let's welcome him on stage.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. I think I'm going to be quite conscious of the time, so I may probably need a huge clock on my head to make sure that I don't tread into others' timelines. So today, my original topic of discussion was more about business gateways and the value addition that we do in regards to Oman's journey on various platforms. But then I kind of took a slight detour and surprised Swati and the team in terms of changing those particular approach a little, because I thought that let's look at it in a slightly different way, considering what Mr. Saeed Al-Manzri was also discussing about the digital transformation and the Vision 2040. And so my topic today is going to be on enabling technologies towards Vision 2040 and its impact. And then later on, probably I'll be connecting that to what business gateways we do and how we kind of connect to the impact zones that we work with. So Oman has a vision. And the vision is very clear that by 2040, Oman should reach the developed nation status. It's a very transparent, a well sorted out approach that we have put in place. We are talking the journey for the next 18 years or so. And I may be there, I may not be there, I honestly don't know. But what I'm excited about is I'm here today. And we are pretty honored to at least contribute in a little way, whatever we can, to make sure that this journey, that whatever we are setting up, it actually realizes to what we want to achieve. And I'm pretty sure I'm speaking on behalf of everyone here as well. So in order to achieve that, I happened to take a look at the vision document. And I'm pretty sure that all of you have also done it. Just the fact of the matter is that I was a little late in looking at it. But what really struck me is such a complex journey that had to be defined by the think tanks those days when they were setting up through Tanfeed and all the particular working models that were put together. What really struck me was that the culmination of all that hard work that went into creating this vision document was so simply and so beautifully put, so that any common person, including people like me, can really make sense of it all, can understand where exactly we stand and what is in it for us or for me on the whole part of the journey. So what I did was, I kind of took this whole thing into this particular slide grabbed my attention a lot because this culminates into the national priorities of what Oman needs to achieve over a period of time. And I'm even, as I said, I'm enamored by what would have gone into this work in order to achieve this particular point here. But over here, we are talking about 12 major pillars, if I may use the word just for the purpose of understanding. We are talking about 12 major pillars, and with each pillar, we are talking about multiple areas that are there within each pillar. So that said, what would happen here is that each of these particular pillars or each of the areas inside that is by itself too vast for us to even comprehend sometimes. When we look at certain pillars here, talks about specifically sectors. Certain pillars they're talking about is holistically for the country. It's national. It's not about something specific to a particular sector. It can holistically cover. So how did this vision document actually come to light here is that they made it a very simple component. So what I've done there is they have mentioned the strategic priorities that are there on the right. So whole structure is boiled down to this, where they have taken each priority and engaged that into different subsections. So what are the subsections that we're talking about is the strategic direction of that particular priority, the objectives of that particular priority, performance indicators that go into the priority, and finally, the social development goals mapping as well. So it's pretty clear. The roadmap is awesomely put together in terms of what is to be done. And it's quite interesting to read this as well. Question for me was that, okay, we have seen all this stuff here. How do guys like me and so many of our friends here from the IT sector, how do we contribute? How do we make sure that we are able to enable what we really want to do for Oman from an IT perspective? Because at the end of the day, all these governance that we're talking about should eventually culminate into IT enablement, yeah? So this was a question that kind of came to my mind. And then what I thought, okay, let me try and figure out a journey, which probably I'd like to share with you, to understand how we could probably take this whole approach into the model. So I'm starting from these priorities that we have here at this moment. We are talking about the e-Oman strategy, like what Atul was mentioning. This forms the national governance strategy for the country, the e-Oman, when you look at it from an enablement perspective. So when you superimpose this e-Oman strategy onto this whole priority list, you will understand that holistically, all the actions that go into each of these particular priority banners would entail itself into this whole process of that. So from a key governance perspective, when we want to look at it more from a governance side of it and to have a broader framework, the e-Oman strategy is something as a key foundation for us to kind of go forward in terms of what we need to do. Then we come to the buzzwords, the jargon as what we call. Before digital transformation, it was more about digitization, we had digitalization, and now we are on to the digital transformation as such. Now, I'm not going to take a class on this here because I'm pretty sure that all of you are aware of what they basically mean. Before we even talk about the 3 Ds of the development here, there was something called as a C factor before. Old guys like me, way back in the 80s, we used to use a C factor component there, and that was primarily called for computerization. We used to use the word computerize. When we say, okay, we have computerized a payroll application, we have computerized a reservation system. We never had these kind of high-end jargons that were used. So as we kind of go forward, the journey kind of gets moved in. And IT sector, we guys love to complicate. We love to use words like this to throw in the gauntlet. Whenever we get a buzzword, we bring it in. But to cut through it all, digitization basically is nothing but conversion of all your manual processes to documents to your e-enabled model of a digital models, which are there. The second stage of maturity that happened was on the digitalization, where these particular silos or repositories of content that we had exactly created came into a particular situation where we had to automate those processes in order to get the job done. And today, from a maturity perspective, we are onto the digital transformation scenario. So, simply speaking, digital transformation, taking it from what Atlia and even Mr. Said, what they were mentioning, for me, according to me, it's more about an intensification of the technologies that are there to bring it to the grassroots. Because we have to take these technologies to the grassroots. We have to make it deep-rooted into the models that are there. Because one side you have the technologies, the other side you have the processes. And then you have, as I always love to look at, is the process of how we are going to achieve that is through these digital platforms. Now, this is the space where I love to come in, and I really work a lot on digital platforms. I mean, from a technology-driven IT platforms, and this is what business gateways we do in short. But these digital platforms that we're talking about today must actually connect itself into these areas, which is to do with the national priorities. Yeah. So every digital platform that we talk about in Oman for multiple initiatives will create ecosystems. Now, these ecosystems must actually coordinate and translate itself into one integrated ecosystem so that there is a constant data share. There is, what we talk about, one of the dangers in Oman, if I may say that today, is the danger of creating silos. Because we see multiple initiatives going around in the market, but each of them forming their own silos. And sometimes it's strange that we are reinventing the wheel in terms of what the work has already been done. So by looking at these integrated ecosystems, these platforms must become the key enablers. And for whom? It is for the government, the corporate, the society, and the people. As I said, it should be holistic, where we are talking about bringing any transformation, any enablement that we do to reach out to the grassroots levels of the people that are there. And that's where we talked about, my favorite topic is on these public layers. And today, ladies and gentlemen, public layers are one of the most important facets of any country. No longer we are talking about governments holding on to the data in a particular way, or the corporates holding on to the data in a particular way. Everything is transparency. We are talking about bringing on board those kind of public layers where people can participate both from a participatory model and from a contributory model. You could either be a passive spectator to understand what's going on, or you could get into an active spectators, even at the grassroots citizens, to participate and bring on board the whole thing which is there. So this holistic way of looking at it is where we finally connect them to the performance indicators. This is the key difference, because most of the applications today in the market, we are looking at achievement of maybe the bottom line, profitability, efficiency, etc., that we work with. But in reality, today, one of the key indicators on these performance indicators connect themselves to the national priorities. If we are able to build platforms from now on for the next, let's say, 10 years, even if you're looking at 8 years to the journey of 2030 as our landing milestone, if we are able to attach these platforms to these performance indicators, then we have something going towards enabling the e-vision of Oman towards where we want to go. Performance indicators could be simple, like, for example, the National Competitive Index, the National Innovation Index. There are multiple performance indicators that we're talking about. But if we are able to stitch this on a strategic model, then we got something good going on in this overall process. Here, we are looking at the national priority projects. So if at all we are looking at projects that we have to do, how do we make sure that we implement these projects down the line? There are two aspects to it. One is direct projects by the government. There's a tender, there's a participation on that. You run that particular thing with a clear objective of direct visions of what we want to do. The other one is from the public-private sector participation models. This is where I root, because this is where I think we really come into play there. And whatever said and done, the bottom line for that is the e-governance, where we want to implement the e-governance systems that we really want to reach to the people and to the processes. What enables the e-governance at the end of the day? Of these integrated platforms. Because these integrated platforms would eventually, for creating regulations, the laws, the framework, and the technology, meeting to this particular e-governance model. So it's a fit from either side. It comes in from the top vis-a-vis that of the various kind of projects that we need to work. And on the bottom side, we are looking at the enablement of technologies that would really drive this particular active figures that we know to work on. So why should the government sector look at all the IT companies in Oman to be an active participant for all these projects? Because we are looking at build, operate, and transfer models. Rather than the government directly owning it up and trying to operate and manage it by themselves, the key question here is, why not involve the private sector? And when do you involve the private sector? The private sector comes in from technology partners like ours or any of the IT companies over here. I'm talking on behalf of everyone, is when you know that your projects require intense operations, when you know that your projects require a lot of intense mechanisms that are going in, whether it's in terms of agile business processes, specialized expertise, bottom line impact, I'm sorry about the word wrap that's happening there, and the changing infrastructure and the technology services. So everything is a journey, because it's the easiest part is developing a platform. The most important and the most difficult part is sustaining it, operating it, and ensuring that there is a maturity map of building and growing on those particular platforms. And this is precisely where the private sector comes in. What the government would be focusing on, would be on terms of strong SLAs, the data ownership, and the sustainability of the model. So if the government is able to weed out or to kind of dislocate themselves from the nitty-gritties of what they do and focus on the governance and look at the big picture to ensure compliance to the objectives that we there, freeing themselves and their machinery to concentrate on the strategic roles and leave the engine room guys to take care of this thing, I think we have a fantastic win-win model that is being put in place. Now, just to talk to you about, I have just another probably 2 minutes. So just to talk to you about what Business Gateways does in this particular aspect, where we are talking about build, own, and operate, or a build, transfer, or a build, own, and build, operate, and transfer models. We have 3 major platforms that we have built so far. One is on the joint supplier registration. This is a typical build, own, and operate model on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. And I'm not talking about it being done now. It was done in 2014. And they took the leadership. In fact, they took the risk, I must say, humbly, to hand this over to a small private company like us in order to build a massive system on behalf of the entire oil and gas industry's procurement models. And this today is a highly successful platform in Oman, and for the last 8 years we've been operating it comfortably. Now the Ministry of Energy focuses on only the steer. They concentrate on the steer and leave the rest of the data mechanisms, ensuring the certifications, etc. here. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry, as you all know, the Invest in Oman portal, this was developed by us, but this is more about investment facilitation, but this project was more about handing over this responsibility to the Ministry of Commerce. The final one is the National Subsidy System. This is a project that I'm truly proud of, because this is where the impact has really happened in the country. We are talking about more than 500,000 Omani citizens who have actually registered on this particular platform, and they are empowered to understand the subsidies on both fuel and electricity. I would need 3 hours to talk only about that, for which I don't have the time now. But what I'm trying to tell you is these kind of success stories, and it's not just about Business Gateways. I'm pretty sure that so many IT companies here have also got their own success stories when it comes to build and operate models. But this is the way we might probably have to look at it from the particular perspective. So I'm sorry. So if I'm just looking at it, you see that this is how we align the projects to the national priority. So what I did is I just tried to put up a jigsaw to figure out, hey, where does the national subsidy system fit into the national priorities as a project? Where does the JSRS fit into the national subsidy, as a project into the national priorities? Where does Invest in Oman fit in? And I was amazed to see that, yes, there is a fit. Even though we did not even think about it before, there is technically a fit. And I'm pretty sure that all the platforms that Oman is building would eventually need to have this fit to figure out, and then get into the details of the rest of the models that are there. So my time is out, so I'm just quickly going to run through just to show you what are the key takeaways that we're looking at. We, as a private sector, we would like to really work closely with ITCA Group, because we know ITCA Group is driving a lot of strategic projects, but we need to share the strategies. We need to understand where we want to go, how do you want to go, when do you want to go, and so that the IT sector of Oman can also align itself towards that particular models that are there. Digital transformation is a learning, of course. We need our own time. aiming for corporate higher responsibilities. There's a lot of room for IT companies to actually participate in such platform developments if we are able to align themselves to what are the opportunities that are there vis-a-vis that of the pillars. And imparting cross-integrations, driving open sources models that are there, because today I think the government is going towards open source and inculcating a participatory and contributory culture for every citizen to work. So it is not a government's job alone to reach the vision. This is about making sure that we all work together in terms of realizing the dreams. So I'm done. Shukran jazilan, and thank you very much for this time. Appreciate it. I'm sorry I split it out by 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murkoff. We have learned a few things that digital transformation should be doing for us, and one of them regarding Vision 2040 is leveling the playing field, ease of life, and most important, to help us with the decisions, real-time information. Thank you very much, Mr. Murkoff. Our next speaker this morning is Mr. Ewan MacLeod, the Chief Transformation Officer of Sohar International. With over 24 years of experience in leading digital transformation across large global banks and organizations, Mr. MacLeod complements the executive management team in driving the bank's transformation and digitization's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ewan MacLeod.
Hello, everybody. Your Excellencies, Your Highness, distinguished guests, it's an honor to be here. I am here to talk to you about finance, but digital transformation. So stand by. Let's get moving, ladies and gentlemen. Come on a roller coaster of a ride, if you will. First, I'm going to talk about a very, very difficult lesson for me. To do that, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to come with me to Denmark. Here we are in Copenhagen. Here we are at Menu. Menu is it's Spinneys. Menu is Alfair. It's a very nice supermarket chain. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a Saturday afternoon. My wife had released me, and I was shopping, looking for nice food, and deciding what could I possibly get away with buying, and then sneaking it home. But my shopping experience, ladies and gentlemen, was interrupted. It was interrupted by a phone going off. Now, you've experienced this, and it was one of those ringtones that just keeps on going and going and going and going. And eventually, as I'm pushing my trolley around, I turn and I see this lady here. So if you direct your attention right here, this lady here, gray hair. Now, I may have some gray hair as well, ladies and gentlemen, but this lady is a gray-haired. This was, if you would excuse, this is an old lady. And me and some other shoppers, we looked, and I did exchange glances with some other shoppers, and we went, oh, Jesus. And the phone was ring, 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 and we looked over, and I saw this lady here. This lady here, she did the dance, right? Okay, she was hunting. Where's my phone? And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, her trolley is there, and there is a bag. And I'm thinking, look in the bag, look in the bag. And she's in the bag. Ring, ring, ring. And it's very loud, very loud. And I am slightly frustrated. I think other shoppers are. I can see that there was a chap serving here, and the noise was annoying. Eventually, I'm watching out the corner of my eye, and the lady, she's looking in her bag, and she goes, oh, hello? No. My problem, ladies and gentlemen, is I had made an assumption. I had made an assumption that an old lady, she was hunting for her phone. Now, she couldn't find her phone. I was astonished, embarrassed, humbled, humiliated, I may say, ladies and gentlemen, because when she then went, and she answered the phone call on her Apple Watch. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is a problem problem for me because my assumption was wrong. My assumption was that she doesn't get technology. She doesn't do technology. Really, really interesting. So all through my career, I'm always trying to say, is that an assumption or is that true? So for my first message to you, ladies and gentlemen, is, are you making the correct assumptions? Because I'm sorry to say, I was not. So from a digital standpoint, I think it's very easy to assume that customer there is not digital. This customer is, but that one can't possibly be. Really interesting lesson that I take with me continually. Okay, so the risk of assumption. Now, my next question for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Sohar International, and I have a question about Sohar International. What's our largest branch in Oman? What's our largest branch in Oman? Is it MBD? Is it Zeba? Well, no. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is our largest branch. By a factor, depending on the message, the metric, by a factor of 10, by a factor of 100, by a factor of 1,000 potentially, depending on the metric. This is our largest branch. Again, the assumptions required on banking and technology are important. Now, when I'm asking you this question, what's your biggest branch? Because our biggest branch, the answer is quite straightforward, okay? But it's mobile for us. It's digital for us. So what's your biggest branch? What could you be potentially missing? Just a really interesting question to make sure that we're all following the ongoing strategy of digital transformation. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I really would like to do today is, in the spirit of digital transformation, is talk to you a little bit about open banking. Now, open banking is coming. It's coming to Oman. In many countries, open banking is a developing activity. Now, let me just give you some definitions here, right? So there's a lot of activity happening in Oman. CBO, the central bank, is leading the charge. We as the banks are following quickly behind them, very enthused by open banking. But let's just talk about a definition. What's open banking from a digital transformation standpoint? Effectively, it says, now here, this is from Wikipedia. I've got hundreds of different definitions, but the Wikipedia one, which must be true, the use of open APIs that enable third-party developers to build applications and services around the financial institution. Now, what I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen, is take you through a few examples of how open banking is being used in other countries, just to ensure that we're all focused on what we could be doing with open banking when it arrives here in Oman. It's really, really exciting. So here's an example of open banking. Now, let me show you an incumbent bank in the UK, Barclays. This is the Barclays app. Here we have, this is one of my bank accounts in the UK. You can see my current account, some 2 credit cards, all fine. Now, I am a Barclays customer, but I'm also a Royal Bank of Scotland customer. And it would be convenient to me, ladies and gentlemen, if I can see all of my accounts in one place. And this is the brilliance of open banking. It frees your data, enables others to get and use your data with your permissions. So here is how I have added my Royal Bank of Scotland account into my Barclays account. All I did, I clicked on a menu. I said, add account from another bank. I've got my choices here. I select RBS. I pop up the RBS app. I select my account, the account I want to show. I've got two demo accounts here with RBS. Boom, your request is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's tap, 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 done. It's really quick, really easy. Here then is my Barclays app, but you see now, here's my RBS account, and then I can tap on this, and I can see my transactions. Really simple, really easy. Now, these are just demo accounts that I maintain just so I can see what's happening. Not very interesting in terms of transactions, I know. But if you think about the user experience, being able to put your data from other financial providers in one app is really exciting. But what different ideas could you think of that you could use customer data with their permission? What could you do with it? It's really, really quite exciting. Now, another aspect here, seamless payments with open banking. The other aspect with open banking is you can make payments really quickly. Now, if you're like me, even though it's very simple to make a transaction today here in Oman, a bank transfer, there is a little bit of a headache, right? There is a little bit of you've got this long number to type in, you've got to make sure it's accurate. There's a little bit of, it's not as seamless as it could be. Let me show you what we will hopefully have shortly here in Oman with open banking. So this is Nutmeg, a robo-advisor, an investment product service. And here is my Nutmeg account, okay? I've got some different accounts here for the children. I can see what's happening. But the key aspect here, the key aspect I'd like you to look at, ladies and gentlemen, is pay in. Right? So Nutmeg is a third-party investment service, and they want me to be able to pay easily. We as banks, we want you to be able to pay easily as well. I click on pay in. I select the bank. Up comes a page that says, how much? I type in £10. Tap. Done. I haven't had to use a debit card. I haven't had to use a credit card. I haven't had to type in a very long number. Everything's simple. I just press, tap, tap, done. So this seamlessness of payments makes things very, very easy for the third party, for Nutmeg, to attract and retain customers and get people to use services. But it's also very efficient for banks because you completely reduce the risk of missed payments or inaccurate payments. Let me show you that again. Free trade is a service that you can use for buying and selling shares. Here's how they've implemented that open banking, that seamless payment, ladies and gentlemen, right? Here's my £107 portfolio. I'm just testing. I then want to top up. You see again, top up. It's interesting, the language they're using, top up. I select instant transfer from Monzo, from my digital bank in the UK. Are you absolutely sure? I say yes. Done. And if you look here, right at the top of the page, you can see the notification coming in, showing that payment has arrived real time. So from an open banking perspective, what that's enabling is really quick, really simple payments. And if you think about your own usage of payments today, there's a little bit of friction there, right? A little bit of friction. So this removes the friction. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I want to show you is Plum. That's my watch is speaking to me there. Siri's speaking to me. Now, here's a question for you. Would you use a robo-saver? It's a product that helps you save. Now, I think we're all very good at saying, yes, saving's important. We must. Yes, we all save. But actually, having an app or a service do it for you is quite interesting. So the last message I've got for you here is to show you a really interesting use of this open banking capability. And the question I have for you is, would you use something like this if it was in Oman? Okay, so here is Plum. And it is a little bit frustrating as a banker to have a fintech app say, Plum. It's like giving your bank a brain, because I think we'd like to think we're already fully there with brains. But this is an interesting service. Here is the first facility that they offer. It's called a weekly depositor, and that's very simply, it looks at your transactions. It looks at how much money you're spending because you've given it permission to look at your bank transactions. And it automatically says, I think you can afford £17 a week of savings. And I say, okay, thank you. How often? I selected weekly. Okay, let's move on. Roundups. Now, you may have come across roundups. That's where if you spend £1.76, the 24 Rial balance is 24 Beza, or 240 Beza, is rounded up. So it saves for you in an interesting way. I say, yes, please. So what Plum does is it looks at my bank account, and it looks at all the different transactions I'm making, and it rounds them up, ladies and gentlemen. It just rounds them up to the nearest Rial. And it takes that saving, puts it away, saves it for me. Paydays. Now, interestingly, one of the best days to save, I don't really want to hear this, but the best day to save is payday. Payday. Now, that's the 15th for Sohar International, and I save £50. And that's because Plum said, look, I think you can afford £50. Okay. So that happens automatically. It's fire and forget. I don't have to think. Now, this is curious. This is very, very important in the United Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen, rainy days. And I feel I do need to explain. Many of my colleagues from Sohar International wonder why every morning I walk in to the elevator into the office going, oh, look, it's beautiful. It's a blue sky outside. It's a blue sky again. Because that's not guaranteed in the United Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, rain is much more guaranteed. Now, when it's raining, we as British people, we hate the rain. Okay, I have 44 years of rain, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want any more. When it rains, we stay in. When it rains, we don't want to go out. We don't spend money. So saving for a rainy day is an important context in the UK. So what Plum have done is they've introduced a rainy day feature. Now think about this in the context of banking. How would you react if your bank said, I'm trying to think, what's the equivalent in Oman? Saving for a sunny day? Saving for a 50-degree day? I'm not quite sure. I just bring on the heat. I love the heat. Now, this is interesting because Plum says, look, when it rains in the UK, we'll save. How much are we saving? And I've said, okay, £5. So when it rains, ladies and gentlemen, Plum logs into my bank, takes £5 and saves it for me. Really interesting. Would you use this kind of feature? It's a really interesting way of thinking about what's possible with open banking. They're looking at weather. They're looking at weather and using that as a methodology to help me save. Now, I like that. I like the concept of it. 52-week challenge. This is an interesting one. This is where Plum says, take the 52-week challenge. I will save £1 rial or £1 a week. But then the next week, I'm going to save 2. The week after that, 3. The week after that, 4 rials. By the end of the year, you'll have 1,378 rials or pounds saved. I said, that's really cool. I like that. I'll take the 52-week challenge. Click. And every week, ladies and gentlemen, this is done for me. Now, what's interesting here is this is using that plumbing, the underlying plumbing that's coming to a man. Open banking is coming to a man. So how can we, and it's not just banks, it's third-party providers, how can you use this data to provide interesting, stimulating, and useful services for customers? Okay, so look out for open banking, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming soon. We, of course, Sohar International, massive fans of this concept, but all banks will be bringing open banking shortly and in due course. So now, ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything we can be doing together, please reach out. Anything in fintech, anything in technology, we'd love to talk. Just get me on LinkedIn. Thank you for your patience. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. No digital transformation can ever exude the enthusiasm and excitement that you have on stage. And thank you very much for waking up the audience, which is fantastic. What I have learned from the last lecture, ease of process and interface while saving money is very, very important while moving forward with digital transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Our next speaker is Mr. Chetan Desai, the Chief Operating Officer and Global Operations at Bahwan Cybertech. His areas of specializations include technology development, product management, strategic marketing, business development, and corporate efforts like strategy development and execution, mergers and acquisitions, and IPO and due diligence. That is a lot of tasks, Mr. Chetan. Well done. In his capacity as the COO of Global Operations at Bahwan Cybertech, Mr. Desai leads the strategy development and execution of BCT 2.0 and drives growth plans for BCT's key joint ventures and partnerships while contributing to the growth of the company's digital engines. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the vibe alive and put your hands together for Mr. Desai, who will be joining us virtually from the United States.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to you all. On behalf of our chairperson, Sheikha Hind Bahwan, and our co-founder and group CEO, S. Durga Prasad, it is my pleasure to represent Bhawan Cybertech at this event. I would like to thank Oer Live for this opportunity to discuss with this esteemed audience the potential for digital transformation in Oman in line with Oman Vision 2040. Oman continues its march towards becoming a digitally powered nation, providing the best services to its citizens, establishing a high standard in infrastructure, and enhancing the pace of digital transformation across all verticals and entities. The country has made great strides in each area, such as infrastructure, education, housing, industry, and tourism. With this fantastic foundation in place, the stage is set for the achievement of the national goals set out by Oman Vision 2040, accelerating digital transformation, enhancing digital society, and enabling business digitalization. Bhawan Cybertech, as a technology company founded in 1999 in Oman, has deep roots in the Sultanate, and we take immense pride in seeing the growth of this nation and look forward to more contributions towards its progress. BCT has been privileged to be associated with Oman's digital renaissance. We have had the opportunity to deliver transformational value across government organizations, banks, oil and gas, energy and utilities, and manufacturing companies, and have strived to establish integrated digital solutions for better collaboration and overall growth. From our humble origins, we have today grown to a global presence in 26 countries, serving 1,000+ global customers, with a workforce comprising over 4,000 engineers, domain experts, and business specialists, a rich portfolio of domain-specific IP products, and winning recognition globally. It was a proud moment for us to be recognized by Stanford Business School, which published 2 case studies in 2017 and 2018 on the evolution of the group. It is noteworthy that Bhawan Cybertech is the only company from the region to be featured by Stanford. As a company that's working with large industry leaders globally, we have built our capability in key emerging technology areas and are seeing rapid global adoption. I would like to take a few minutes to talk about 4 such technologies, which will be key enablers for Oman to realize Oman Vision 2040. The last 2 years have brought new challenges for organizations globally, and the biggest trend that has emerged in the ICT space is the skyrocketing adoption of cloud. Workforce has become remote, customers are online, B2B, G2C, and B2C interactions are all digital and scaling rapidly. In this demanding environment, cloud offers the benefits of speed, security, and elasticity, minus the capex. Organizations are finding it easier to scale up and down, rapidly driven by business dynamics, with a higher ability to control costs. Also, each year we see modern infrastructure being launched that has newer, faster, and cheaper, contrasted against physical data centers that face the risk of obsolescence. With cloud, it's easier to upgrade without extra costs. Cloud also provides a phenomenal playground for innovation and thereby launch of better practices and products, leading to more responsiveness. Next is analytics. As they say, data is the new oil. And today, companies across the world are investing huge sums of money in integrating systems and getting access to every data lake, every data warehouse, every application in their ecosystem to be able to gain new insights into their operations. Data analytics is playing a key role in various governments also, since they deal with massive amount of data, be it with emergency response, citizen services, payments, healthcare, or transportation. This rapidly evolving technology area will prove truly beneficial within Oman's transformation journey. Third is cybersecurity. With increasing investments going into cloud and increasing complexities in the IT ecosystems, comes increasing vulnerabilities and threats. It is more important than ever to make IT ecosystems robust while also addressing data residency concerns. In order to mitigate risks at all levels, organizations are investing in tech-enabled cybersecurity. We have seen a lot of success in bolstering data, application, and infrastructure security to ensure safe and uninterrupted operations. And fourth is low-code, no-code platforms. With the current imperatives of going digital rapidly and the constraint of finding quality developer resources, another area that is gaining traction is low-code, no-code platforms. With these platforms, business users, non-programmers, and citizens alike are empowered to build applications. I believe that this is an important digital transformation enabler in a country like Oman. And with our experience and capabilities in imparting training for citizens, we can quickly ramp up the availability of local talent and SMEs to accelerate this journey. We all know that it will take an ecosystem of partners within Oman, including pivotal bodies like Ithaca and MTCIT, OEM vendors, citizens, businesses, and technology companies like ourselves, who need to form a cohesive ecosystem that will come together to realize the goals of Oman Vision 2040. The technologies I mentioned earlier will pave the way for creating this ecosystem faster. I would now like to take the opportunity to share a few examples of the role BCT has played in Oman's journey to date. Our focus has always been to work closely with the government to roll out digital services for citizens. We believe that these initiatives by the government impact the company at a grassroots level and lead to wider adoption and a larger digital transformation footprint. One such example from our early days in Oman was the setup of citizen knowledge centers under the National IT Training and Awareness Initiative, prompted by His Majesty Sultan Qaboos bin Said's grand vision of transforming Oman into a sustainable knowledge-based economy, creating employment and entrepreneurship opportunities while leveraging IT to bridge the digital divide. We set up 13 regional community knowledge centers, from which digital literacy training has been imparted to nearly 30,000 citizens to date. This has helped digital inclusion, enabled effective access to e-services and self-service, improved education and employability, and helped entrepreneurs to scale their businesses. Another marquee initiative by the Ministry of Manpower was the Sanad Service Centers program. In line with Oman's vision to make technology accessible for all citizens, BCT set up Sanad Citizen Services, a program launched in 2001 and evolved over the years with a string of milestones. During 2010 alone, as many as 40,000 Omanis benefited from Sanad services. 28,000 citizens benefited from financial support, while 12,000 others benefited from training and technical support. It is noteworthy that the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs awarded the Sanad project in the Western Asia region and lauded this for its innovation in governance and public administration. Apart from these, we have also been involved in many unique and interesting projects in Oman. Managing 4PL operations for one of the largest oil exploration companies in the region is one of those. To provide complete visibility of the oil field and cargo haulage assets, thereby minimizing non-productive time for this company, BCT deployed its own IP product suite, QTrans, a digital and supply chain management solution. Through this engagement, we have managed over 3,500 rig moves, along with cargo, materials, and people logistics, while ensuring the highest level of HSE compliance for more than 15 years. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning recently launched AMLAC, another landmark project that BCT is currently working on, which covers the implementation of 59 citizen-facing e-services covering 5 business domains, including real estate, planning and survey, land management, social housing, and customer support. The solution will also leverage BCT's IP, DropThought, to track the citizen feedback in real time and ensure the satisfaction every step of the way. We've also delivered e-service for Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, including 148 online services wherein the entire data set is on the cloud. In this project, we have integrated 19 entities and created a document archive of over 1 million notary documents. Another major milestone was the value delivered to a large government entity within the armed forces, which saw the largest Oracle EBS implementation footprint in the Sultanate of Oman in the military government sector. This project has the largest Oracle EPS payroll solution covering 10,000 plus employees and the largest EBS pension payroll solution for 4,000 plus pensioners. In recent times, we've completed an end-to-end Microsoft Dynamics implementation in record time for Caro Motors, a large bus production company in Oman. Mazoon Dairy is another milestone project for us in the Sultanate. Leveraging our IP solution Qtrans cold chain, we have transformed Mazoon Dairy's day-to-day operations to provide complete real-time visibility into every single cold shipment. And we are elated to aid Mazoon's mission to make Oman self-sufficient in dairy production by 2028. A marquee project for Oman Oil Marketing Company has been the use of our IP platform FuelTrans for automating over 225 fuel stations. OMCO has delivered over 2.6 billion liters of fuel and invoices to the tune of $1.3 billion by leveraging this platform. As you've seen over the years, we have invested in creating IP products to address various industries and key challenges. I take this opportunity to highlight 2 of these products, DropThought and RT360, since they are relevant to the Oman context. The success of Oman's transformation initiatives will be defined by the successful adoption of new technologies and processes and effective change management. It'll be important to carefully manage the experience of all stakeholders, be it employees, customers, citizens, or businesses, and to drive superior experiences and address concerns. We have invested over 5 years in building DropThought, a product with powerful pre-built frameworks that can help measure real-time experience and provide analytics to enhance it. Another key area where BCT can potentially play a role in the Sultanate is in banking, where RT360, our award-winning suite of risk management solutions, can be effectively used to curtail risk and ensure high levels of governance and compliance. This product suite is used by 10 out of the 12 largest public sector banks in India, and the learnings and best practices are highly applicable to Oman as well. The next 2 decades will see Oman flourishing and growing into a key global economy. The country will leverage its inherent strengths and unique position to generate and seize opportunities to foster economic growth and social well-being and gain a place in the world economy. Bahwan Cybertech looks forward to contributing, as it always has, to this growth. We have a deep understanding of the culture, the values, and history of the country, developed through years of association with various entities in Oman. We have the capabilities and experience in several technology and business areas, which are relevant at this time to the nation-building initiatives laid out in Oman Vision 2040. I thank you for your attention, and on behalf of the entire Bahwan Cybertech family, convey our heartfelt wishes to the government and citizens of Oman for a happy Eid al-Adha. May the country be showered with blessings for peace and prosperity. I also take this opportunity to convey our sincere gratitude and best wishes to His Majesty Haitham bin Tariq Al Said for extraordinary vision and leadership. I'm confident that under his able guidance, the country will move forward in leaps and bounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Desai. I learned something from that. In a knowledge-based economy that we're trying to build, the real first thing we need to get is real knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Desai. So after these presentations, it is now time to move to what this show is all about, which is the awards, because this is the Oer Live Digital Transformation Awards Show 2022. So to begin, I would like to invite on stage His Highness Sayyid Kamil bin Fahad bin Mahmoud Al Said. Also, I would like to request Mr. Atulya Sharma, the CEO of UMS Group, and Mr. Saeed Masood Al-Ma'shani, the Deputy CEO of UMS Group, to kindly join His Highness on stage. We shall begin giving the first award of this morning, but I would like to remind everybody in the end who has received an award that we'll have a group photo before we head out to whatever we do next. So let's begin the first award of this morning, which is for Excellence in Oil and Gas Digital Transformation. The award goes to an institution that has played a pivotal role in the growth and development of the nation and its resources since their inception in 1937. This company has aided and engaged in the development of the nation from the early days of capitalizing on the energy sector to enable the nation to now leading from the front in the move to sustainability. The winning company has also been at the forefront of economic contribution, fostering and building able human resources, improving HSE, engaging in environmental sustainability, in-country value, technology adoption, and more. The award for Excellence in Oil and Gas Digital Transformation goes to Petroleum Development Oman. Congratulations to PDO, and we commend you all for your efforts in honing local talent in the energy sector. Our next award is also in the energy sector, Excellence in Technology-Driven Operations Upstream and Downstream. The winner is a diversified organization that has incorporated world-class technology across its upstream and downstream sectors as it moves closer to realizing the dream of sustainability and the pillars outlined by the Oman Vision 2040. The winning company currently uses technology to optimize operational efficiency, streamline processes, and trigger changes in competitiveness. They have also increased their output as per their last year's report to show an increase in revenues along with enabling new assets that will further boost productivity. The award for excellence in technology-driven operations upstream and downstream goes to two letters, OQ. Congratulations, OQ. Our next award highlights Leadership in Digital Transformational Solutions. Leadership in Digital Transformation Solutions. Digital transformation is an imminent step for organizations wanting to move to the next phase of growth. And the winning company has been at the forefront of providing services and solutions to a multitude of organizations here in Oman and across the region most likely. The range of products extends from intelligent office automation to robotics and IoT. and caters to categories across consumer durables, infrastructure, telecommunications, industrial solutions, and more. This is also backed by a strong service-led approach, which has made the company a partner of choice for several businesses in Oman and, as I mentioned earlier, in the region. The award for leadership in digital transformation solution goes to MHD ITEX. Congratulations, MHD ITEX, and this is a reminder to all the award winners to please stay because we're having a group photo before leaving to the break. Our next award marks Pioneers in Smart Government Digital Transformation Platforms. Apart from its regional excellence, the winning company is a global leader in IT and Industry 4.0 solutions. Their recent project in connected lighting has made use of the latest technology for creating the Interact City with Muscat Municipality by using 20,000 connected smart street lighting luminaries that are energy saving up to 85% and require less maintenance than standard lights. And this is definitely in service of Vision 2040. The enabler that takes home the award for the Pioneers in Smart Government Digital Transformation Platform is IMTAC. Congratulations, IMTAC. Our next award is a milestone as we look to recognize the Renewable Energy Strategy Company of the Year. The company that has pioneered in this sector has made significant strides in placing Oman as a potential global leader in green hydrogen and its derivative resources. And furthermore, a leader in alternative energy with biofuels, renewables, and carbon capture, utilization, and storage, as it looks to fulfill its commitment to sustainability and reducing its carbon footprint. The winner of Renewable Energy Strategy Company of the Year is, congratulations, OQ. Congratulations, OQ. Our next award is to honor the leaders in digital Islamic banking. And without a doubt, our winning bank is a leader in Islamic banking here in the Sultanate. But alongside that, it also wins accord for its user-friendly and smooth mobile applications, path-breaking move to introduce WhatsApp banking, and introducing the latest in security and fintech solutions across their portfolio. This bank also recently signed an MOU with a leading data park to explore data center services that further embrace digitalization and technological innovation to deliver distinct, elevated, and customized services to its customers. The leaders in digital Islamic banking for 2022 goes to Bank Nizwa. Congratulations. Our next award is to honor the best online trading platform of the year. The winning platform and company are one of the leading investment consulting firms in Oman, fully licensed to provide a broad base of investment services, aside from relying on their depth of experience, solid track record, and commitment to client services. The company also pursues digital excellence with its platform, E-Tadawul. This made it the first entity in the Sultanate to provide an online trading facility for individuals who wish to trade quickly and safely in the Muscat Securities Exchange from the convenience of their domain. Very smart. The winner of the Best Online Trading Platform of the Year is United Securities for their platform e-Tadawul. Congratulations to United Securities. We now move on to the next award, Technology Solutions Provider of the Year. The winning company is an international IT solutions and cybersecurity company that has helped seize the opportunities of tomorrow by providing that amazing things can happen when you connect to the unconnected today. The IoT enablers have since widened their footprint within the Sultanate as they digitally empower and safeguard companies with platforms such as SecureX and see growing importance for security management tools such as Extended Detection and Response, XDR. The Technology Solutions Provider of the Year goes to Cisco. Well done and congratulations, Cisco. Our next award is a very important one, and it is to mark the top cyber security innovator of the year. The winning company is accredited by the Ministry of Transport, Communications and IT and is a front-runner for providing an advanced cyber defense platform, which sets industry benchmarks in designing solutions to tackle cybersecurity transformations globally. The ISO 27001 certified company is globally differentiated with their flagship innovation, the digital vaccine trademark, or should I say this again, the digital vaccine TM for fighting cyber breaches. The top cybersecurity innovator of the year is Securador, innovators of the unprecedented digital vaccine TM for cyber breaches. Well done, Securador. Our next award is to recognize the leaders in tech integration in insurance sector. Once again, congratulations, Securador. Our next award is to recognize the leaders in tech integration in insurance sector. The winner is an insurance company that has taken bold steps to digitize its insurance services over the last 4 years, which have paid dividends with happy customers and a streamlined workflow system. The company also boasts a comprehensive mobile application with a friendly user experience and is also integrated through other secure and approved applications. So the winner of this category, the leaders in tech integration in insurance sector, is none other than the FAR Insurance. Our next award goes to leaders in AI-enabled immersive technology. This is intense. The winning company already put on a phenomenal show earlier today as it showcased revolutionary immersive technology, as you can see them out in the lobby, as a means to engage audiences through stronger communication channels. The company also aims to establish a new standard of exciting immersive experiences with their technology as they offer businesses a new chance to cultivate robust connections with their consumers while bringing their business strategies to digital 4.0. This is the time. And the category and the award goes to, the category and award of leaders in AI-enabled immersive technology goes to Neo Reality. Our next award goes to a company that has 2 decades of excellence in eye care. The winning company is founded in 2002 by businessman Mr. Samir Al-Awam and internationally known refractive surgeon Dr. Maria Clara I'm sorry, I'm butchering the name and I apologize. Dr. Maria Clara Arbelayas, who has completed more than 80,000 successful surgeries. Throughout the years, the brand has been at the forefront of ophthalmology, setting international standards and providing the people of Oman premium eye care they can trust. The clinic was also the first in the Gulf to receive international accreditation by the Australian Council on Healthcare Standards. The award for 2 decades of excellence in eye care goes to Muscat Eye Laser Center. Congratulations, Muscat Eye Laser Center. Our next award is to mark the effective e-learning integration by an educational institution. The winning institution was established in 1995 as the first private sector college in Oman and has continued to be at the forefront of higher education in the Sultanate ever since. The college also achieved full institutional accreditation from the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education and maintained its reputation as a trailblazer by being the first private higher education institution in the country. With over 2,100 students and 100 staff members, it has been chosen as a winner today on the basis of excellence in the continuity of studies following the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and successful integration of e-learning to ensure uninterrupted classes. The award for excellence in e-learning integration goes to Majan University College. The next winner is a testament to the sky is not the limit. This award marks excellence in space technology and innovation as the Sultanate proudly eyes in entry into space with its first national satellite. The winning company is a government entity under the Oman ICT Group, ITHCA, with a mission of spearheading the National Satellite Program initiative by building national satellite communications infrastructure and developing the required capabilities to serve public and private sectors, also to cope with their telecommunication needs. This company is also pioneering in a future satellite project. The future is closer than you think. So without further ado, let's have the winner of the award for excellence in space technology and innovation. It is none other than Space Communications Technologies. Our next contender is known for implementing a one-stop shop for the government's procurement-related requirements. They have led by example to digitize Oman's government procurement by building a robust procurement platform known to all as the Joint Supplier Registration System, also known as JSRS. And in addition, they have pioneered the launch and operation of the Vital National Subsidy System. They have thus successfully laid one of the founding blocks for a holistic approach to making Oman Vision 2040 an eventual reality. Let us put our hands together for the recipient of Envisioners of Technology in Enabling Oman Vision 2040, and this goes to Business Gateways International. great, and many congratulations. For our next award, we return our attention to the banking and finance sector. Our next contender has, over its decade-long history, solidified Sharia-compliant Islamic banking and brought it to the forefront of digital Islamic banking. Their solutions like iFin, instant goods, and auto financing have led to greater empowerment of its customers, and the success of these solutions have made our next awardee a byword for Islamic banking in all of Oman. We are honored to present the award for FinTech Solution Provider of the Year for iFin, instant goods, and auto financing to none other than Al-Izz Islamic Banking. Congratulations. Our next awardee is a very well-known name and an Omani multinational giant in the ICT sector. They have been a torchbearer and prominent enabler for the modern landscape of Oman, and they have helped their clients to adopt a forward-looking digital outlook. The firm comes with a wealth of expertise that has led to it servicing over 1,000 customers across all sectors and business verticals. They have earned several accolades for their meritorious services. Let us put our hands together as we call upon our next winner for the award of Achievements in Multi-Sectoral Digital Transformation. Put your hands together for Bahwan Cybertech. Congratulations to Bahwan Cybertech. Our next awardee has been making waves in the Oman market in the domain of digital outdoor advertising. They are one of the most trusted platforms for advertisement, which is attributed to their use of smart features that help clients create targeted marketing campaigns. With over 100 screens in 60 strategic locations, let me say that again. With over 100 screens in 60 strategic locations across Oman, they generate upwards of 2 million impressions for their clients. The award for Most Innovative Digital Outdoor Advertising Network goes to Mubashir. Congratulations, Team Mubashir. Our next awardee requires very little introduction. It is Oman's most significant government-owned and operated communications service provider. They are known for being one of the first to roll out 5G services across Oman, ushering Oman into a new era of high-speed internet. Their 5G technological solutions, combined with their extensive 5G network, have enabled businesses to seamlessly experience the benefits of adopting digital solutions. Surely, it must come as no surprise that our next award for Leader in 5G Technological Solution goes to Oman Tel. Congratulations. Congratulations, Oman Tel. Rounding up our list of distinguished winners is a firm that has been in Oman for nearly 30 years. They are the software arm of the OHI group of companies. They have spearheaded the way in providing the government sector in Oman with digital solutions, which has led to offices increasingly becoming paper-free. They have also had a significant footprint in business intelligence and AI to help government offices and other enterprises across all sectors in Oman be better equipped for the challenges of tomorrow. and also help the Amazon. It is our pleasure to present the award for Leaders in Data Management and E-Government Solutions to Software Systems LLC. We now move on to the award for the leading CSR campaign of the year. The winning organization is one of the fastest growing financial institutions in the nation that has pioneered in achieving the principles outlined under Oman Vision 2040. We have a short video highlighting this campaign. Let's look at the screen on the side, and let's all take a watch.
متابعينا الأعزاء، أهلا وسهلا بكم في حلقة جديدة من برنامج خذها منا.
فكرة جديدة، توجه آخر خذها منا. وجودنا هنا لنشر الثقافة المصرفية وإثراء معرفة المجتمع بالخدمات والمنتجات المصرفية. مستمرين في رسالتنا وهي نشر الثقافة المصرفية لدى الجميع.
حسابات التوفير هو موضوع حلقتنا لليوم.
واختيارنا موضوع قروض السيارات يتزامن مع اقترابنا من شهر رمضان الفضيل.
حلقتنا اليوم لها أهمية، وموضوعنا اليوم راح يتكلم عن التأمين.
واليوم في حلقتنا الرابعة نستعرض وإياكم موضوع آخر وهو موضوع قروض الشخصية. العديد من الأسئلة والاستفسارات وصلتنا في الأيام الماضية.
كم نسبة الاستقطاع في أول 3 سنوات؟ هل هي 60% أو 80%؟
عندك قرض الشخص الحد الأقصى 50، واللي قلنا لا تحاول أنك توصلها.
كيف ممكن أقدم على تأمين منزلي؟
زور أقرب فرع سحار الدولي أو اتصل بمركز الاتصالات. يكون الجديد أن التغطية هذه تمركزت على نوع جديد من السياحة، وهو سياحة المغامرات. ونأمل أنه قدمنا مادة تثقيفية كافية. كل الشكر لكم على التفاعل المتميز مع منشوراتنا. وخذها منا.
Absolutely leading the way in media acquisition, that's the way to go. The winning CSR activity was aimed to enhance the knowledge of society and enrich their financial awareness. Additionally, the program also provided free advisory on different banking products and services offered by the local banks in Oman to enable the community in making the right financial decisions, especially when it came to saving and investing their hard-earned money. The award for the leading CSR campaign of the year goes to Suhar International for its خذها منا campaign. خذها منا campaign. Okay, so before we move on, we're going to be having a group photo. So I'd like to ask every award holder to come on stage. Also, I'd like to ask His Excellency Sheikh Salim Mustahil al-Mashani and Mr. Saeed al-Mandari, the CEO of ITHCA, on stage for this opportunity with the group photo. We'll be taking a couple of minutes for that group photo moment. The photographer has the control of the stage. This brings us to the end of the awards ceremony show. I thank you, Your Highness. I thank you, Mr. Sharma, and I thank you, Mr. Al-Mashini, for doing the honors. And I'd like to apologize for slaughtering and butchering any names. I really apologize about that. We now move towards a very quick coffee and networking break for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We hopefully will see you here soon, and we'll convene as soon as possible. Have a great time. Enjoy your coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, Anisati Wasarati, we're going to be beginning the second session of today's awards and summits. So please head over to your seats. I hope you're enjoying your coffee and your break. Let's start this soon. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please head over to your seats. We are beginning session number 2. And I have luckily not been slapped yet like Chris Rock. Good stuff. It's hard being a presenter nowadays, you know. A little comedy. So, beginning the proceedings, everybody, I would like to ask you to grab a seat, please. We're having an interesting, exciting, enthusiastic presentation coming over from our next presenter who is a crusader in the artificial intelligence sector. Her name is Miss Debbie Botha, the Chief Partnership Officer at Global Women in AI. That title alone says there is a movement. She is a crusader indeed. Miss Botha has worked as a consultant and architect for 25 years on everything around that we call system of insights, data governance, data insights, data science, and artificial intelligence today. Her experience spans across 38 client engagements in 4 continents and 10 industries. She loves to help others grow in their technical careers by mentoring, teaching, and speaking at events and developing communities like Women in AI. Ms. Botha also actively empowers the community of women from schools to universities to have opportunities for networking and getting their dream jobs in AI across private and public sectors, or even creating their own startups. It's a shame we don't have more ladies here today, or that we are men. You could help us out, you know, which is great. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite Miss Debbie Botha to the stage. So let's share a round of applause as we invite her to the stage. Her topic today will be delight your customers and super streamline your operations with a cognitive enterprise. Big topic. Everybody put your hands together in a big way for Miss Debbie Botha.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Highnesses, Excellencies, really esteemed audience, I really realize the excellence in the room, and I truly, truly appreciate the opportunity to do this talk. So, you know, I would love to connect with you on LinkedIn. You can just scan the QR code, and please connect with me on LinkedIn. And then for those of you who want to connect with others, the functionality is on your search bar. When you click on it on LinkedIn, in the right-hand side, you'll find a little icon to show your QR code. So as you heard, I work for Women in AI. I have been for 4 years now, but last year, most of last year, I had to take leave of absence, basically, because I had some health issues. I'm very happy to say that I'm absolutely healthy, but I had a lot of time to do reading and research, which was brilliant for me. I really like to connect dots. So most of my time was spent to really focus on the little nuggets that you can find to help fuel the cognitive enterprise and to enable data analytics and AI to flow through the veins of the organization and to really enable happy and engaged and delighted customers, but also streamline your operations. So I really hope that there will be some little nuggets that I share with you that will be of interest to you. So I have quite a few authors and books that are my absolute favorites now these days, and I would love to share some of them with you. One of them is the author Douglas Laney. He wrote the book Infonomics, and he also wrote a book called Data Juice. And one day or a few weeks ago, he was doing a podcast with a CEO of YOOI, Y-O-O-I, and there he was telling the story of Walmart, where Walmart found that their click-through rate on their website dropped drastically. And what they found was that people were searching for the word house, but they couldn't find what they were looking for, and so they just left the site. After investigation, they found out that actually they were looking for the popular television series called House. And when they started incorporating social media data to incorporate trends, their click-through rates immediately skyrocketed. So Douglas Laney, Douglas Laney also wrote the book Data Juice, and he was talking on this podcast about the book. And I immediately went to Amazon to search for data juice. And all I found was vegetable juice and fruit juices and stuff to make juices with, and data about juices, but nothing about a book called. So to say upfront, I really am a huge fan of Amazon. But hey, Amazon, why do you actually use external data like LinkedIn data to improve your recommendations with future trends? And so, but I'm a huge fan. Okay. So Amazon recently revealed how successful their advertising business is, and they've done a massive amount of $31.2 billion in 2021. And their finance chief said something really profound during an analyst call. He said, of course, advertising will not work if we don't make it useful for our customers. So in other words, delight your customers and give them an awesome experience. Another book that I really like is the book by Bill Schmarzo, and he gives a lot of excellent advice of how to become a cognitive enterprise or a digitally transformed enterprise by infusing data and AI through the veins of the organization and really drive new sources of operational, customer, and product value. And he said, if you want to change the game, change the frame. So, in order to become really a competitive organization and a digitally transformed organization, it's important to know how your data and artificial intelligence travel through your organization. And it's nice to have a visual presentation of that in order to talk about and plan things like your multi and hybrid cloud adoption. It helps you to talk about the trends and the concepts like the data mesh and the data fabric and extreme personalization. It also helps you to identify where emerging technologies lie in the organization, like your 5G, Internet of Things, Edge, the metaverse, and so on. So we all adopt Agile as a business strategy these days to learn fast, but also to fail fast, but also learn faster. And we cross this analytics chasm by adopting nano-economics in order to become really business and data and AI value-driven. So why do we need to really address diversity and inclusion in the organization, especially when it comes to data, analytics, and artificial intelligence? Well, the reason is because this is the one profession where if you do it right, you'll tremendously benefit society. But if we get it wrong, we can hurt society. So here's how I view how data and artificial intelligence travel through the organization. And we call it the System of X model. So Gartner has a version of it, and IBM has a version of it. But I adapted it a bit so that I can have these high-level conversations with executives from business and from IT to discuss concepts like I just mentioned before, to have this high-level, logical view of the organization. So let's start at the top. The system of engagement is, the system of engagement is where you engage with the customer, which is, the omni-channel and the conversational part of really engaging with all sorts of stakeholders. If I can just use a quick example, let's say an airline. This is where an airline will, with automated marketing, send me an email of a next best offer. It is where I will go to the website and maybe buy a ticket. And it is where I will use the mobile app to do web check-in. So the next one is, or also in a WhatsApp, maybe conversational way to do a survey where I will have a conversation with the airline about a trip that I was on. So then to the left is the system of record where the airline will record all my transactions and my events, like back-end systems, reservation and booking engines are examples there. And the system of things is, for example, where an airline will tag my bag and track and trace my bag through the airport and wherever the bag goes. On the system of ecosystem side, that is where the airline will partner with the airport to have these digital marketplaces where they can offer next best offers to me in a really, really personalized way. The system of insights is where all the data from the various systems are collected, organized and analyzed to provide decisions and to automate and to improve the processes. So this can be logical, it can be physical, it can be centralized or federated across several domains. It can be data warehouses, data lakes, etc., etc. And then the system of automation, integration, and exchange is the system where you have this abstraction layer between the fast-moving system of engagement and the slowly moving system of record, where the airline can quickly and innovatively build applications to engage with me on top of a slowly moving booking and reservation system that's actually on the mainframe somewhere. So the one author that I really, really liked is Randy Bean. He wrote the book Fail Fast and Learn Faster to be really, truly data and AI driven. And then the other author that I just mentioned, Bill Schmarow, really wrote a lot about how to become a digitally transformed organization. And he also talks a lot about the maturity, how to do assessment, and he has several templates to use when embarking on these projects. And he talks about crossing the analytics chasm, as I just discussed, and you do that by embracing big data, nano-economics, which is really about precision decision and detailed information that you have about your stakeholders. So how does Amazon report such a massive revenue in the advertising business? Remember, the chief finance officer spoke about how important it is to delight your customer. And they wrote a book called Working Backwards that is all about secrets and tricks and advice about how they are such a customer-centric organization and obsessed with customer experience. So they have this weekly business review meeting where they use the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control metrics life cycle. And it uses the input metrics to really drive the output metric called growth. And what they say is, if you improve customer experience, you will drive traffic. More traffic will drive more sellers, and more sellers will drive a bigger selection. And that will also then, again, improve the customer experience. This whole cycle will increase your growth, and more growth will lower your cost. Lower cost will lower your prices, and that will improve your customer experience, and the flywheel spins faster. And this is where I see digital transformation and nanoeconomics as the sweet spot. And I try to depict here the two cycles that really drive data and analytics for in a customer engagement experience to really improve it. And that is by further learning and input. It's more about what you know about the entities, and that's the nanoeconomics. It's the grain of your knowledge of the customer or the stakeholder or whatever you're looking at. And there's several ways of getting this fine-grained level of information, and it's internal data plus external data. And there are many ways, like you can gather the information from different parts of the organization. You can also gather the information, like the Walmart example, from third-party data. The other thing is you can also ask the customer themselves. So not to pick on Amazon again, but hey, Amazon, I would love to see some checkboxes next to things that you offer me. Give me the option to say, I'm really not interested, or I'm interested, or anything in between. So in order to truly have this cognitive enterprise with a true competitive advantage, it's important to leverage data and AI, as I said, right through all the various processes, from the operations to the customer to the product innovation and everything in between. Everything that we know about a product, all the various usage and engagement with the products tell us more about the product. Preferences and performance. Everything we know about the customer engagement will tell us about the customer's propensities and behavior and preferences. And the same with operations. It is about all the stakeholders, the employees, the suppliers, your partners. All that interactions will help derive and drive new sources of value from your customers and your products and your operations. So to address this issue of diversity and inclusion, there's many, many studies and as women in AI, I can present many studies that will support this, but if you don't have a diverse team and diverse data and diverse strategy, your solutions will be biased and will not be equitable. So Why is that? What is happening in the world? And Oman, I've heard, is one of the few countries that has closed the gender gap when it comes to experts in the field of data analytics and AI, and I must commend you on that. There are countries that has 10%, but the average worldwide is 23% of women is in the data analytics and AI space. The next thing is only 10% of AI and data and analytics publications are by women. And to maybe, I think it's sad, but most women leave their careers in this field at mid-career. So the general consensus about this is it becomes a bit too difficult for women mid-career. Men love climbing the corporate ladder, and women maybe sometimes sees it as a barrier. So those are a bit of nuggets, and I'm happy to share all the data around that. Just to sweeten the benefits of having women in and other minorities in your strategy, your teams, and your data is the studies have shown that if you have a diverse, equitable, diverse C-suite and board level representation, your economic performance typically will be 10% higher than those that don't. So just two books. There's a famous guy in Dubai. He wrote Scary Smart. Mo Gaudat. It's a really very good book to read. And then Dr. Anastasia Lauterbach, she wrote the Artificial Intelligence Imperative, which is also a really good book to read. And I really thank you for your time. I realize that there's huge experts in this room, and I really, really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Debbie Botha. We will now move on to a session with Ms. Nabila Al-Mekki, the Deputy Dean of Majan University College. Ms. Nabila holds over 2 decades of experience in the education sector, working with dynamic and diverse teams. She currently looks after academic affairs, quality assurance, and enhancement. In academia, Ms. Al-Mekki has extensive experience in the area of program review and skill-based curriculum development in line with national and international standards, and is also the Vice Chair of the Oman Association for Quality in Higher Education. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Nabila Al-Mekki.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to be here among specialists and knowledgeable people. I think we are the only academic institution among the people who are going to present. And I was listening to the presentations in the morning, and I felt we are the organization or the institution that prepare future employee and that are going to work in these organizations. So we are really looking forward to have collaboration between the institutions and the companies and the organizations that they are here, because it's wealth of knowledge available today. Before I start the presentation, you all saw that we received the award about a transformation about the e-learning during COVID-19. But I would like just to mention about our vision, Vision is recognizing potential, engaging minds, transforming future. So today we are talking about digital transformation, and we are looking forward to transform mind and to transform people to be better equipped with the skills required in the market and for future skills. Our mission to provide an innovative learning environment that supports students in reaching their full potential in a changing world. So, moving to online teaching was not a surprise to us because we have the e-learning from 2010. Students use virtual learning environment. They used to submit their research papers through Turnitin online, and they receive the feedback online. So during COVID-19, in March 2020, before March 2020 when the suspension announced, we are hearing about our neighboring countries that are suspending education, suspending teaching. So we, our learning team and the management and everybody in the organization, we looked forward. What can we do if the situation happens here in Oman? So what we did, we explored different opportunities and platforms available in the market because, you know, at that time, many voice and video conferencing were blocked. So we came across GoToMeeting at that time was not blocked, and we trained our staff in case if the suspension happens. And without surprise, the suspension happens in March, but we were ready. The training was given to staff, and the following day, immediately, we gave training to our students, and the teaching online was as scheduled. The e-learning and innovation department provided training opportunities for students and staff, and there was a continuous support were provided by them. So we supported the students. We looked at what can we give our students because we are interested to give them better learning experience and not to disadvantage their teaching and not to disrupt their teaching as well and learning. We provided them with innovative learning environment that supports and empowers students to be creative, team player, and inspiring leaders. This is what we are looking for, to have inspiring leaders. Today, actually, during the coffee break, I met some of our graduates and my graduates, my students, the ones that I taught them. I'm very proud to see them in key positions, and they are leaders, and they are inspiring for other students who are going to come in the future, inshallah. We recorded all the online classes. We recorded all the classes so students will not miss the opportunity because at that time, online teaching was new to everyone. So we provided the online teaching to be recorded so they can go back on their own time, especially the network maybe was not as efficient as today. We had emails that supported the students in 24 hours, and we had digital offices for students because they cannot come to the college. We had also a dedicated website that shows them the trends and the information related to COVID, locally and internationally. Because we moved to online teaching, we had to think about outside the box. We had assessments prepared for students to suit face-to-face. So what do? We had to change our assessment strategies and even assessment methods. So we moved to online examinations, online presentation, and we benefited and we learned from, you know, it's an advantage actually to have, we learned from, an advantage from COVID that to record all the presentations. So students were able to present in front of the camera, and we record this for marking, for external panels when we have external examiners, so it was easier for us. And also it supported the students to learn from their mistakes because they can go back to these videos to see what can they learn from it and how can they improve in the future. we surveyed the students and staff experience because we want to know if we're giving them and we're providing them what they need. There was a weekly meeting chaired by the dean with all academic staff. Every Monday, we used to have meeting with academic staff and non-academic staff, academic support, to learn from each other and to see if there are any issues, any problems to be avoided in the future, and how can we support our students more. We provided lectures because, you know, online teaching at that time, and even now, it is new. So new strategies, how can we transfer the face-to-face classroom, the physical classroom, into virtual classroom? So the e-learning department gave them the smart boards with the pens to transfer the physical classrooms into online classrooms. So they were like teaching using these smart boards, using the Chromebook as well to facilitate the learning. And we provided training to all our staff. So all our staff were certified as online educators from Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University. As I started at the beginning, I said the virtual learning environment was not new to our students, so moving to online was not difficult because we have blended learning, we had virtual environments, so the blended learning environment continued because we had full online classes, then we moved to 75% face-to-face, and the remaining was online because of the spread of virus because of Corona. So the continuous blended learning continued. So we had breakout rooms to use for group discussion and brainstorming. We had Google Doc because sustainability is important. So one of the areas that been highlighted in our strategic plans, how can we support the environment and sustainability? So we want to reduce the use of papers, the use of flash disk because of the viruses transferred from one computer to the other. So we encouraged our students to use Google Doc and Google Sheets and everything through Google. So they don't need to use the flash disk. Also, we use Google Doc because there is like a feedback gives them when they write their assignment. So they receive the feedback online and immediately. Also, we had live chat. So for students, they want any information during COVID. Now it's reduced a bit, but during that time, they needed support. Then later, in February 2021, we had to move from Google Meet to Microsoft Teams because we had the MS Teams with us, so we explored the possibility of moving from Google Meet to GoToMeeting, from Google GoToMeeting to Microsoft Teams, and we found it very effective because the students benefited more from the MS Teams package. In the morning, the first session, they talked about the Oman 2030 vision. So I don't need to talk about it because it's already been discussed in the morning, and the scene was set. And we at Majan, we strive to fulfill the requirement of the government because our strategic plan, when we prepared it, we aligned it with the Oman 2040 vision, and also to the Oman education strategy, and the UN sustainable goals as well. So we looked at all these components and the benchmarking from everywhere to ensure that our curriculum equips students with the requirements that needed in the market. So we participate and we enhance our students' learning to achieve and to participate in the economy. So one of the areas that Oman to be positions in the top 10 countries in cybersecurity, what can we do and how can we participate as an institution, educational institution, to help Oman to be in that category? By providing courses that have cybersecurity. Now cybersecurity is a module, like a common module in all the programs in the information technology. Also, we are working on degree. I'll come back to this slide. We're working on degree in data science and cybersecurity, and also data science, digital archiving, business analytics, finance and technology. The presentation from Sohar International, they highlighted on the fintech. So we would like to have more collaboration in this area, and business analytics as well. Sorry, how do we go back? Okay. I wanted to highlight on the Oman 2030 strategy, because they said this is foundation to benefit digitalization and technology. So you saw that the planning for future and future degrees highlighted on these ones. The fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, data and analytics, technology and digitalization, all these things being taken into consideration when we thought of having these programs, because it is very important to us that we have programs suitable to the market and the need. Because if we have programs that the market doesn't require it, then what is the need of having such programs? In addition to the programs, what do we do in the classrooms? How do we support our students? How do we enhance their learning experience? How do we bring the real market into the classroom? Because not everything that they will be able to go and get internships in organization. So we have to do it in the classroom. One of the things that been proposed, especially in some of the business programs and modules, simulation. So this is the use computer simulation to study the module and also to prepare assessments. So they deal with artificial intelligence, and they use artificial companies and real data from the simulation part to prepare reports and to manage companies, and then towards the end of the semester, they provide a report. And then it's like a competition between different groups. Which group really did well, because their profit will go up. If they did not do well, then their company profit will go down, and what basis, and they will have debate and discussion in the classroom. Simulation also is an integral part in the information technology faculty modules. All the modules in the faculty, they have the simulation part there. So this is part of the statistics here, just for information. Thank you very much. I'm done. I'm done. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, Ms. Nabila Al-Maki. Now we're moving on towards a smart digital and IoT-enabled society panel discussion. The importance of early adoption, R&D, and the need to invest in digital transformation increases nowadays, especially as Oman aims to attain global recognition for innovation. We now move into our panel discussion for the day to discuss why digital transformation plays a big role in the implementation of Oman Vision 2040, of course. As the chairs are getting set up, I will mention the panelists, and please all come in one go. That would be great. Oh, whenever you're ready. Our first panelist today has over 2 decades of experience in management, sales, and engineering across a multitude of industries and verticals. We are talking about the country leader of Cisco across Oman and Yemen, Mr. Ali Al-Lawati. So please hold up. Thank you. He deserves a standing ovation. Fantastic. Our next panelist this morning is Mr. Tariq Salman, also after Mr. Ali Al-Lawati, who will be sitting here, the head of investment at United Securities. He's a financial expert and advisor in Oman with a decade of market experience. Mr. Salman has also been the head of investment with United Securities for the last 5 years. So he deserves a round of applause too. You'll be doing this multiple times. Next in the lineup is a prolific technologist and IT professional, Mr. Mujahid Saeed Dawood Al-Zijali, the General Manager of IT and Operations at Bank Nizwa. And Bank Nizwa have their fans today. Fantastic. You'll keep the panel discussion alive. Joining us also next in our mega panel is Mr. Sunil Kohli, the CEO of Dhafar Insurance. Having worked in the insurance industry across various capacities for over 31 years, Mr. Sunil has utilized his vast experience and portfolio to steer Dhafar Insurance to the path of digitalization, customer centricity, and product innovation. If anything needs to be done in digital transformation, it's those 3. The path to digitalization, customer centricity, wow, and product innovation. Very smart. Our next panelist is Mr. Saoud Zakwani, the head of data science at the Petroleum Development Oman. We have mentioned early on he's into artificial intelligence. He practices that. He leads the corporate robotics process automation and technology incubation program in PDO, and his interest lies in country value automation, machine learning, deep learning, and computer visions. We're going to be hearing a lot from him. Also, in the panel discussion is Mr. Yaqub Al-Maktoumi, the head of digital transformation at OQ. Mr. Yaqub carries over 2 decades of experience to administer and implement OQ's digital transformation strategy across all its sectors. A sizable impact of business through OQ through implementing artificial intelligence, analytics, and IoT solutions. After that, in the panel, we have Engineer Ahmed Ar-Rumhi. He is the engineering manager at Space Communication Technologies. Engineer Ahmed has over 2 decades of experience in different telecommunication services such as microwave links, private 4G networks, fiber optic networks, and telecommunication product management with the government sector, and nearly 15 years in VSAT services. Heavy. Engineer Rumhi will be joining us soon on stage. Within the panel, we have that's a lot of chairs. Mr. Jaya Prakash Menon, the CEO of MHD iTix, with over 4 decades of experience in managing highly diversified businesses across multiple domains. Mr. Menon has been instrumental in setting strategy and building growth for varied business divisions in the company for nearly 9 years. And in the panel, we also have Mr. Usama Hinain, the CEO of SSL Solutions. Being at the helm of SSL since the year 2000, Mr. Hinain transformed his company from a firm of fewer than 5 employees into one of Oman's largest with over 100 employees. Now that is an inspiration. Wow, impressive. We're going to hear more from him when he joins the panel. Our panel doesn't end there. Joining us on stage now also will be Dr. Ali Al-Hashmi, the General Manager of Networks at Omantel. At Omantel, Dr. Al-Hashmi manages the activity of network division to ensure that Omantel's network solutions are designed to meet business requirements, comply with legislative rules and regulations, deployment of fixed and mobile networks, and associated networks. That is intense. And they're all done in a fast and efficient manner. And that's it. That's all our panelists. Yes. And wait for the moderators. The moderators today are Mr. Alvin Thomas and Mrs. Swati Suresh, right? Mr. Alvin Thomas, and I'm going to read quite a bit on him right over here, is an engineer turned technology, automotive, and business journalist who has been in the media backdrop of the Sultanate of Oman and United Arab Emirates for over 9 years, a technophile at heart and a digital media expert by trade. He believes in digital transformation and tech adoption as the way forward when it comes to taking industries into a new era in the 21st century. You have a mission, my friend. Please join us on stage. Okay, co-moderating the panel, yes, he deserves it, is Mrs. Swati Suresh, a digital marketing and media professional. Swati has majored in digital media and online media from the University of Wollongong, Australia. She has previously worked as a digital marketing consultant for 5 years and has now joined Oer Live team as the assistant editor. I'd like to invite everybody on stage and let's get this rolling. Thank you.
As Mr. Atulya Sharma. Thank you so much, Fahmi, for the lovely introduction. Digital transformation, as Mr. Atulya Sharma, the CEO of UMS, rightly stated, it's a simple word, but with so much complexity imbibed within its core definition. There's a beautiful adage by Charles Darwin that goes, "It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change that makes it in the end." And given today's era of volatility, which is driven by a goal to transform, there's no other way than to reinvent.
Absolutely. And the only sustainable advantage that organizations and companies have today is agility. And I think that's the crux of transformation on a large scale. And of course, countries have recognized this as well. And technology has come a way forward. And the answer for a successful operation and for any organization today is digital transformation. So I think on that note, Alvin, please continue.
Thank you so much, Swati. Now, what we have here is essentially a very big panel, a mega panel, but we do have all of these sectors pretty much covered. That's one of the biggest intentions here. And with that, with all of your permission, I'm going to start with Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali, Cisco, with over 3 decades of excellence globally, is one of the leading digital companies in the world. It's also a very diverse stream when you talk about digital transformation. Can you explain what it means to you, having operated in this field and also having liaised with your clients? What does digital transformation mean to you?
Hi, assalamu alaikum. It's a bit late at the end of the show, so thank you very much. Well, I believe we had a lot of sessions and everybody talked about the transformation, its meaning. But I think the key thing is, from which we understand, is how to exploit the maximum potential of the technology. The technology could not be a solution designed for a specific requirement, but it can be exploited. A very simple example is social media. It's never invented for digital transformation. But today's world, we are using it for the digital channels, providing a service and engaging with the customers. Now in Cisco, our strategy is to connect, secure, and automate to help the customer to accelerate the transformation. So what we have done is through our extensive experience and interaction with customers, we came up with 4 priorities we believe that the customer they have today and will be for some time. And then we aligned our solution to help them in the transformation in these 4 priorities. Very briefly, I know the panel is very long. The first one is application, reimagining application. If we see today, all the transformation happening, application and software plays a major role. Now in Cisco, we don't do business applications, but how we can help the customers. So the key area is to have a proper enterprise architecture where you can see everything fit together, and then to give you an insight on the performance of the application through the transaction of the customer. From the time, let's say, one of the banks, we have Mujahid here and from Bank Suhar, when the customer or the client press a button that he wants to do a transfer, how long it took? Did it stop in between? All this kind of experience and the transactions, we have a solution, we call it full stack visibility. We track all that and they give the client or the organizations how the whole experience happened. In case something goes wrong, in today's world, we have multiple teams who support that issue. But with that solution we have, you can easily find out where is the issue, whether it is network, in security, or even with the application itself. It's a major transformation, and many clients in the region, they are adopting it and employing it. The second one is transforming the infrastructure. Today's infrastructure cannot survive and cannot serve the future. We have IoT. We have all these different type of applications. And by 2023, we have 30 billion devices, 4 devices per person expected. Today's infrastructure is not going to adapt that. So again, coming back to enterprise architecture, that's to be fit in. And we have not seen many of these organizations are adopting to it, are not having it. They just jump to solutions and implementations. That's the key. You need to take a stand back and see what's your infrastructure, whether it is from the security perspective, from the networking perspective, from the other infrastructure, including the application. The third one, very quickly, is securing the data. End-to-end security is very important. It's not about having one device like a firewall, it's how the whole experience end-to-end from the endpoint up to the application layer. The final one is empowering teams and customer experience. So the collaboration solutions which we have and the customer experience solution we have is really adding a value to our customers today. So very briefly, I wanted to cover. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. Moving on, my first question is to Mr. Tariq. Mr. Tariq, what is digital transformation according to you? And in your experience over the last 2 years and given your tenure with United Securities, how has technology changed the world of finance in Oman especially?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'll speak about this topic. It's so large, so I'll speak to it from the point of view of finance and asset management sector, because that's where our core business is. So we've seen so many things change. Almost everything changed, and it's because of the availability of advanced technologies. I started working in 2012. I started working in 2012, and then in a research department. So most of the time, I used to open an Excel file, divide numbers by each other, and all that, just to be able to get some information about what companies are doing, where they're heading. Now, with modern commercially available softwares, all of this has become automated. You can just buy one software and all this is readily available. So the quality of data has become way better than what it used to be before. And then this has, of course, it's directly related to the output of us. So we spend less time and we produce way more than what was there in the previous decade. And then all this also has helped in the adoption from the asset management industry. There's been a large growth in automated trading. So now it's estimated that around 60 to 75% of all trades globally are automated. Humans put a software, plug it in, they go do something else with their life while the computer does the job. And the thing is, it's been, for so many companies, it's been working. We also saw a whole new sub-industry within asset management developed. It's known as exchange-traded funds. So exchange-traded funds started a long time ago, but then in 2003, there were around 200 billion of assets globally managed through exchange-traded funds. Right now, this figure is around 10 trillion managed through exchange-traded funds, which is maybe 20% of the market. And how this was able to be achieved through relatively short span of time is because of the advanced availability of technology and the better use of data. And then just to brief, what's an exchange-traded fund? So instead of buying one company or trying to figure out which company you do, you pre-modify a strategy, or if you like a country and you say, okay, instead of trying to figure out, let me just buy all of Oman. And then because of advanced technology, you are able to do that in a more cost-efficient manner. So it's a much better proposition than the previously available transactions. So my point is, these two, what they have led to, they made markets way more accessible than ever before. So historically, it's estimated 5 to 10% of population had access to capital markets. You've seen recently what happened. Every single one in the globe with a smartphone pretty much has access to an availability to trade in global markets, especially in the developed countries. And all of this happened because of basically better data quality and because of accessibility through smartphones and mobile trading.
Thank you. So as far as I understand, accessibility has become one of the key factors of digital transformation. And now my next question is to Mr. Mujahid. One of the points raised by Mr. Yuvan was that the biggest branch that a bank can have is their app today. So how much has digital transformation, in particular digitization and digitalization, changed in the bank's organizational structure in the last 5 years?
I guess from the last 5 years, all these digital initiatives or digital solutions, they were available. But what happened if you see the last 2 years, because of the pandemics, and as they say, who can be the better teacher than the worst times? So people started the mindset and the behavior started changing. Although, on contrary, these fintech companies and the fintech solutions were available. But the mindset, when the mindset changed and the behavior changed, everybody started adopting to these changes. And what happened is the banking sector had to really keep on innovating and introducing the new digital, seamless, frictionless experience to the customer. Because after all, for us, it is about experience and convenience. If we don't offer the experience and convenience, especially during the pandemics, then we are nowhere. So it's not about only Bank Nizwa, but I'm sure majority of the banks, they started innovating. I'll talk about our bank. We specifically, we started redesigning our entire digital touch points. Just to give the customer a service which they can operate or they can use the services from wherever they are. And to add further on the question which you have asked my colleagues on digital transformation, what it means to you. What I feel is it's all about your experience, your convenience, and the growth for the organization. If you could achieve serving your customer and giving it a better customer experience and a better convenience, so that is a growth for the customer. To define it further, I feel like it's an enrichment of digital technology into all areas of your business in order to change or improve your customer experience, your user experience, your employee experience, the multi-experience which you are offering at your touch points in order to gain or attain the full total experience. And then second part, which is very important, is the change, the way you operate, while the customer is going through the journeys of performing financial and non-financial transactions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mujahid. Moving on to Mr. Osama, adding to what Mr. Mujahid said regarding how digital technology should be a part of every operation to enhance user experience. Given that SSL is the user experience or your customer base is mostly government, and your journey is towards making governments in Oman paperless, or more rather the focal point is e-governance. So can you shed some light about Ijada and ICV Mars projects, which are massive, complex digital transformation projects carried out by SSL under your supervision? So can you please comment on that?
Yeah, sure, thank you. Before I start commenting on this, I would like to give a simple definition of digital transformation. During the day-to-day, we heard so many definitions. All are correct, all serve the purpose. But we simplify it as it's the digital tools that you use and optimize and improved way to enhance the business process. And the organizations implementing digital transformation will be able to provide better service to the customer. We use each journey of digital transformation to positively impact the organization we implementing it for. And basically this is simply by providing the necessary tool that's easy to use and people can excel on it. And this will lead to ease day-to-day job for the users of the technology. We hope during the journey, this will uplift the skills of the IT staff and everyone in the organization to a better and to get in complete compliance with that. Speaking about Ijada, yes, Ijada is a national project which implemented in Oman. It went production early this year. And we're very, very proud to be associated or be the company that implemented the software. And basically, for the project to be successful, we included all the required pillars for any digital transformation project. If I go back, what is the pillar quickly? Well, basically, we need to select the right tool. The right tool is a modern tool, easy to use, could be easily deployed on a cloud or on-prem, and basically, of course, cost-effective anyway. Speaking about the tool, again, today in the morning, we heard about the low-code. And I think low-code and no-code has a very good potential to play a role in the technology for e-transformation. The second important aspect in e-transformation project is the process. So to move manual process or legacy process to automated ones, it's not going to give you the best results if you don't go in a journey of revisiting the process and re-engineering them if required. The third element, which is the human factor, the people engaged in the project, each e-transformation project will have a team of different resources starting from stakeholder to the business knowledge team, to the developer, to the quality control and so on. So all the team members of the project from both sides need to have the right skills, and all of them will need to be aligned to the scope of the project to conclude it. Finally, the element is, I believe this is the most important, which is change management. So unless the organization start the journey of change management at the very beginning, they will have a challenge to implement it once the project is ready with the right tool, with the right resources, with revisiting the business process. So having change management adapted at the very beginning will help the organization team to be excited to see the new technology coming rather than resisting it. So Ejada has combined all this together. And of course, I would need to give credit to the Ministry of Labor, who really run a very successful, very good program, intense program into the change management component. Of course, all the element of designing it correctly, using the right tool was part of the engagement. But I believe this is the key component for this project to be successful.
Thank you, Mr. Osama. Now, we heard two technologists speak about digital transformation. We heard about it from finance and banking perspective as well. Now, I want to train the spotlight a bit on the oil and gas sector. Now, here we have Mr. Saud Al-Zakwani and Mr. Yaqub here. I'm going to give this question to both of you. The oil and gas sector enabled Oman and its economy in the early stages of the country. Now, how are you using digitalization and digitization across your value chain to take it to the next level? Now, I can start with Mr. Yaqub and then head to Mr. Saud.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. How we are using digital transformation, of course, I agree with whatever has been said from my colleagues here. Digital transformations today is changing the way that we are working, changing how we are approaching the business itself. And in that manner, the digital transformations plays a key role in terms of value generations, revenue generation, cost avoidance, or reducing the cost itself in different operational scenarios. Using technologies like IoTs or drones have a big impact on operational scenarios, plus the artificial intelligence, where it could provide a lot of analytics and data-driven decisions to the people working in operations and having to make decisions in the past based on maybe manual process or human-based analytics. So today, technologies is mainly enabling the peoples in operations to take faster decisions based on data, and it makes the operational scenarios with more intelligence, and this drives operational excellence, commercial excellence as well, to generate more revenues for organizations.
Now, Mr. Saud, if you can just talk about how it is being used across your value chain.
Yes, so I'll tackle the question from what you stem, although I don't agree with much of Charles Darwin, but I do agree with adaptability. And if we look at adaptability in PDO, I will address it as why we do it and how we do it. Why Yaqub has covered quite well is the competitive advantage, is the value generation, employee productivity, collaboration. It's quite a stretch of value enablers and have considerably put digital as a key enabler to which strategies we withhold. On how we do it is the first understanding on how we uphold our digital strategy. We cannot answer all of the questions today. We know that. But what's important is what we can answer today is way more valuable for us. So our focus is on the must-wins and a very precise number of use cases that we can actually consider and make sure that our resources are aligned with this finite number of use cases. The second approach on digital and how we adapt is traditionally, technology has always been technology, and then you look at how technology can add value to your organization. For digital, we flip the coin, and supposedly all organizations have. For us, it's the business problem. The business problem dictates what technology or technique we bring in the organization. And that's quite an important role because we do not start addressing a business use case based on autonomous cars or blockchain or digital twins. It's mostly a digital use case and then what technology we can adapt. On the third layer is the change management. Digital is disruptive and the culture change is almost inevitable, and change management is a very important pillar that we used for adaptation also.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saud and Mr. Yaqub. I would like to take digital adaptation from the energy sector and to another customer-centric sector, and that's the insurance sector. Apart from banking and finance, insurance is another large sector in Oman which is more customer-centric. So my question is to Mr. Sunil. How has Dhofar Insurance adopted digital transformation and technology to ensure ease of accessibility for your products and solutions and for your customer base? Can you shed some light on that, please?
Thank you. First, I will thank all the organizers for having an excellent session and giving us a nice opportunity to talk to each other and interact. Insurance industry is all customer-centric industry, and whole of the insurance industry will be covering more than 2 million customers as a whole. And if we look at motor insurance itself, there are more than 1.5 million motor vehicles on the road. So that means that every month, quite a large number of motor policies are getting renewed. And along with that, it has to be seamlessly integrated with the government websites related to ROP, as well as the Mulkiya renewal. So for all that, there has been a lot of work has been done for the adaptation of technology and seamless integration with various other agencies. So I will give an example that, for example, if somebody renews their motor insurance or comes to us or goes to our website and buys a motor policy. So as soon as they buy a motor policy, automatically it is getting linked and message is getting sent to ROP, where ROP database gets activated and it is registered that this particular vehicle has got insurance. And then we also have at the same time in our premises a kiosk where the customer can go after motor policy issuance. They can immediately go there and they can print their Mulkiya, since this thing is already getting linked seamlessly with ROP, and the kiosk in our office will immediately print the Mulkiya, and person doesn't have to go anywhere. They can take the Mulkiya and immediately go into their car and drive it off. So this is one of the customer centricity and integration of technology with the various agencies, which helps a seamless service for the customers. And customers don't have to go to different locations to get a printout or printing of their Mulkiya or getting the policy issuance. Besides that, another initiative which is being done, which is under process as an industry as a whole, if I can talk about, it is a Damani platform, which is for medical insurance. And this is under process. So as of now, on this platform, with the help of CMA, which is a government regulator, a platform is already built. and we have linked various medical service providers on this platform, and they are already on board, and now insurance companies are getting linked with this. So once this is getting implemented, and in future, when medical insurance will be more widespread, then it will give a seamless experience to the customer. Claims will flow seamlessly. Information will flow from the hospital to the insurance company and immediately approval from the insurance company. And this will make a medical insurance less troublesome experience for the customers, because when somebody goes to hospital, so it is always in distress, it's not some happy occasion. So at that time, if you find there is a delay in approval or some issue is coming up, the person is not in a good frame of mind. So there, it should be a seamless service to the customer. So this is another initiative which is being done on the industry-wide experience with the help of whole industry and the regulator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil. I still remember the days when we actually had to wait for hours before actually applying for a Mulkiya because the insurance had to come through first. Now, my next question to you is Mr. Jayaprakash. Now, you're in a very unique position here in this panel because you're not just a company that is digitally transforming in itself, you're also transforming other companies with solutions. You know, there are robots out there, and it's a bit of a worry because you never know next time who will be replacing us here. Those robots are pretty interactive, by the way. I want to know some sectors that you are digitally transforming right now and how your outlook is in the coming years.
Good afternoon. Yeah, you put it right when you said that not only are we using our own technology or rather the technology that we source from our partners for transforming our own company and our own operations, but we've also become an enabler of sorts to other companies. Those robots that you saw out there were just, the tip of the iceberg. That's because typically as human beings, we tend to catch on the fancy and like them and not really look at what happens at the back end. For instance, the kind of robots that Mr. Saud is using in PDO, they're not glamorous, so nobody knows about them till he spoke about them today. You take a very simple case of these robots, for instance. Now, the most obvious thing is that they can provide services at retail counters, at restaurants, cleaning services, things like that. But there are deeper areas. If you take work that needs to be done in a toxic environment, if you take work that needs to be done in a dangerous environment, currently human beings don PPE or don safety gear and go in and do it. Robots can be trained to execute that with no harm ever befalling a human being. This would be a major transformation. There are such robots available, the technology is available. It's for industry to adapt. It's for the end user to say that, yes, I value the lives of my employees and we would like to look at those kind of options. We can provide those. Coming down to simpler things, for instance, we are working actively with Omantel on so many areas where we provide better experience for customers, businesses, as well as individual customers. I'm very proud to say that along with Omantel, for instance, we've implemented the first ever SD-WAN network in this country. Is it digital transformation? Yes, it is of sorts because it improves business productivity, it improves business connectivity, it helps businesses deliver better results to their customer. So you could take any sector, whether it's the oil and gas, whether it's mining, whether it's telecom, health, education, services. We as MHD ITICS have the ability to provide solutions to virtually all these sectors. Some of these we are adopting for ourselves, so we have gone through the learning curve and hence we know what the pitfalls are. Elsewhere, we have good partners at the back end who would help us navigate those issues as they come up. But on the whole, I would say that today we are in a position to serve virtually all sectors of industry, commerce and government if they require any form of assistance in improving their processes, improving the way they serve the public and customers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Menon. My next question is to Engineer Ahmed, and you belong to a very niche industry in Oman, that is space research and technology. And even though you belong to a more vast spectrum in terms of communications and technology, space research has always been an industry which has got constant progress, irrespective of the newest trend of digital transformation. And you were responsible for Oman getting its first national satellite. So can you tell me, belonging to a niche industry, how did space communication technology contribute to the digital transformation in Oman?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the question. Following the vision of Oman 2040, space communication technology is working very hard in closing the digital gap. And actually, space communication technology is the executor of the TRA initiative, AFAQ initiative. So for those who are not aware of AFAQ initiative, is the objective of the TRA is to cover or to make the connectivity in the rural area where the terrestrial networks are not really there. So currently, space communication technology having almost 1,000 sites. So we have make all the required infrastructure to enable such initiative. And currently we have, as I just said, 1,000 sites. It's distributed between schools and residentials. And just as Ms. Nabila said in the last presentation, that during the pandemic when all the education went online, so this initiative was very important. It allowed students who apply to this service to be connected with their schools. And now we have every spot in Oman connected through satellites. And we have done that during our interim phase by acquiring full payload from the latest Arabsat satellites, Arabsat 6A, high throughput satellites working on Ka band, and we used the most advanced ground segment in the country.
That's very great to hear. From space communications, we move a little more onto Earth here. We're coming back to telecommunications. Now, 5G is also a very big enabler here. I believe everybody, I hope I'm right in saying this, everybody here in this room in some way or the other has been enabled by 5G spectrum. Now, can you tell me about some of the sectors that you have opened up with 5G?
To read the questions or?
To you.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought that is a continuous
yes.
with Ahmed. Okay. Yes, indeed. The satellite was a complement on the 5G just to feed the gaps where we cannot reach. But the 5G is considered as an enabler for all of my colleagues here, I would say. But the 5G itself, it cannot fly alone. The 5G, it's required use cases. I will give you an example, the journey of the 5G when we started early 2017, when we started a lot of experiments and to see the spectrum, with the spectrum to be used. And then, thanks God, after that, we got allocated spectrum from the TRA. Thanks for the TRA for that. 2019, we just about to launch the 5G. And it was, shall we launch, shall we wait? And we believed in Omantel that we have to lead the technology in the country to be state of art. So we launched at I would say end of 2019. And one of the one of the challenge was in the 5G is the use cases plus the ecosystem. So those days, even your mobile was not able to launch to the 5G. So it was a lot of challenges, but we decided to go at least with the fixed broadband, where is the home broadband. So when we launched, I don't want to say the pandemic came at the later stage to accelerate that. It's not like an Undertaker joke anymore. It's like it was an opportunity. The homes launched to the 5G went exponential during the pandemic, driven by schooling, online schooling, working from home. On top of that, the 5G was something new to the customers. So do it right at the first stage, otherwise you're going to lose the first impression. So we did it right. And then we got almost 300% exponential growth, I would say. On top of that, the use cases of the 5G was still shy, I would say, compared to other global countries. We're using most of the 5G only for the broadband, but other people's using it for more use cases. So in 2019, we engaged the schools, I would say the educational sectors. We invented an idea called 5 use cases competition among the universities in Oman, universities and colleges. So we said, come up with the use cases. It can fit Omani market because there's a lot of use cases globally but cannot fit the Omani market. And then part of that, to give a switch to the students or the temptation, we said the winner are going to be trained in Omantel. After that, the winner will be sent to Stockholm, the R&D with our partners, Rickson this day, to attend an R&D almost for 2 weeks. See what the use cases they're doing it and how you can develop your own use cases further. So amazingly that we got a lot of ideas from the students. I remember the Dhofar University was the winner. And their use cases was mainly because of the weather condition of those cyclones hitting Dhofar. So they were doing a drone management, relying a signal if the terrestrial networks is off. And then there is another from the SQU, I think it was the monitoring of the vehicles. Some of them, they brought up an idea of the 1 million palm trees, million nakhla. So we got a lot of use cases, fit the Omani market, and then we encourage the students. Even when I was lecturing to the students, though I'm not a lecturer, I was just giving the idea what is the 5G. I was telling the 5G, it has 3 main characteristics: high speed, low latency, and the massive connectivity. And then when I throw that question to the students, normally said, yeah, that's good, I will watch with you. I said, no, think beyond the YouTube, because you're talking about 1 to 2 gigabits per second speed. It's very, very high. We talk about the latency of around 3 milliseconds. 3 milliseconds considered very high speed, higher than the human nerve speed. For example, if you get a sting in your toe, till you just move your foot, it'll take you 8 milliseconds. So imagine the 5G is talk about 2 to 3 milliseconds. The promise is even 1 milliseconds. So low latency, high speed, and it has the third characteristic with the massive connectivity. In 1 kilometer of square kilometers of 5G coverage area, you can cover up to 1 million devices. 1 million devices that considering sensors, cameras, and so many things. So that was a challenge question to the students to come up with ideas beyond their normal imagination of YouTubes and this. To give you another funny story of that, one of the family members is a boy of like, I would say by now he's like 12 years old. He was asking me, Uncle, what is Omantel latency? I said, excuse me? You're 10 years old, what are you asking about latency? He said, I'm playing online gaming, and then I YouTube it, they said latency has a big role in that. Yes, see, there's a change of even the home applications, the mindset of people, even our own children, they start changing their mindset to start understand the technologies. So this is part of that. On top of that, enabling all of my colleagues here on beyond of that, we are talking about the business, it's B2B2C. Meaning that we as Omantel, if you're doing any business with, for example, in logistics, take an example of, I will give a live example, which is commercialized, Sohar Port. Sohar Port, they have a lot of operations within Sohar Port, and then they want to enhance the efficiency and productivity. We told them the only thing is a 5G, automate your port. Automate the port was a very challenging activity even to Omantel himself. We have one use case has been deployed in one of the Far East port. They have like 1 million containers per month or something like that. They reduced the handling time of the ship entering the port and going out from 3 days to 2 days. The efficiency end up like 30% plus, productivity 30% plus. The economic zone within that area, like Sohar free zone, it boosts 30%. So the cost per product went all the way to the customer with a reduced price. So we just tune the operation of that port to make it more automated. So in Sohar Port, we already commercialized a lot of, I would say up to 50% of the operation. Still now we are working with them to automate the cranes. To make the story short, I am a telecom engineer. I'm talking to an operation guy in the port. He's talking about ships waiting 3 days, loading, unloading. That is not my business. But in order for us as a telecom to support him, we're going deeper with him, step by step, stage by stage. The similar thing maybe is going with the oil field companies. We have to understand their business in order to support them. So there is a gap between telecommunication operators, I would say, and their verticals, like banking sectors or oil and gas and logistics. In the middle, I will call this, or the gap, I will call it an ICT group. So we need more into the ICT group, which they understand the telecommunication and the verticals. I think this is one of the things we have to consider and focus more.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. A lot of takeaways from that. But I'm going to focus on my next question to Mr. Ali from Cisco. So my question arises from the fact low latency, high connectivity. In a way, it's an enabler. But I also want to touch upon the fact that Oman is looking to enter the top 10 countries in cybersecurity and trust. AI, despite its positives, also does have scary abilities when it comes to phishing and hacks. Can you talk to us about how Cisco can alleviate some of these? And can you talk about cybersecurity as a whole and how AI is affecting it?
Well, it's a very big topic, security. And we have a few minutes. Oman has progressed very well in cybersecurity, especially the government. I'll touch base on that, then I'll go to the Cisco. We have two agencies today, the Oman CERT, and we have the Cyber Defense Center, which was by royal decree created in 2020. And they're responsible for incidents, for threats, for policies and regulations. And I think they will give us a good momentum to improve those indexes. And now, the hacking world is more richer than us, as well known. And we companies like Cisco always struggle how to really defend ourselves and help the customer to defend. It's a continuous challenge. So our motto is, and I'll explain that so that you can see then where we are working on. Our motto is to defend the cybersecurity and safeguard our various aspects and high potential aspects of the customer and business. Through what? Through security resilience. Resilience is very important, because you cannot stop everything, but you know how to respond, how to confine the attack, and how to resolve it and safeguard it not to occur again. So the resilience we do by 4 ways. Resilience by visibility. If you can see today's world, there are very few number of SOCs, Security Operations Centers. It's costly, let's face it. Any organization for us, even here today, I doubt they have a SOC. And security requires continuous monitoring, 24/7. And it requires analysts. And they are very expensive. We cannot find analysts in this world, and you have to pay them so much high. And I doubt many organizations in the country have those. And SOC plays a major role, especially if you outsource your security solution to SOCs, which they are available today in Oman, or regionally as well, depending on the policies and regulations. So the resilience by visibility, even if you don't have a SOC, we help the organizations by the intelligence of visibility. Once things are visible, you know what's going on, because the solutions need to be integrated. Focusing on the visibility, the issue is today we have the organizations buy 20, 30 products, and they don't talk to each other. Now, if an issue happens in the application at attack, then it needs to talk to the, let's say, the network, or the network is the first defense or the first entry of any traffic. The network itself needs to be smart and secure to stop any malware or malware hacks to enter your whole infrastructure. So visibility is a key. If you see it, then you can block it. The second thing, resilience by ubiquity. So we do proper authentication, zero, or we call it zero trust. Don't trust anybody, even if they're an employee. So we authenticate everything, including users, devices, whatever the assets you have. So that gives you an extra layer of defense. The third one is resilience by intelligence. I believe it or not, Cisco bought 6-7 years back the largest commercial threat agency in the world. So Cisco's intelligence, when we see the security threats, we see it globally. We see around 60 to 70% of the traffic because we own the network globally around 60-70%. And we have those analysts, they see all these attacks and threats in the world, and they give all the intelligence to our customers. And they get that benefit as part of the package. Finally, it's very important partnership, resilience through partnership. You cannot do it alone. Cisco cannot do it alone. It needs to have ecosystem partners. And we have more than 100 plus partners. We are working together to create, very important thing, one platform. If you don't have a homogeneous or coherent, considered to be as one platform, then it's a very big challenge how to protect yourself from this. Now, looking to the products and solutions, there are many of them in the industry. We have them, like, for example, the firewalls, everybody knows about them, next generation. You have the endpoint security. You have the secure web gateway. You have the email security. You have the, I can name them, analytics. You have multi-cloud. It's important to say multi-cloud security because hypercloud, in one of the sessions they're mentioning about cloud, hypercloud is becoming adaptable now. And I think it's going to increase. Very important thing, how to secure yourself in multi-cloud world. Because you're going to give your traffic to outsource to a cloud. It's kind of a third party, but you have to ensure don't depend on them fully. So we help our customers in that area as well. Finally is industrial security. Our colleagues from oil and gas here will agree with me. It's a very hot topic. We have seen many attacks, apart from the commercial entities, the industrial entities, and they are really very damaging because they can control the wealth and revenue of the country as a whole. And now in Cisco, we are collaborating, again, the partnership resiliency through companies like Honeywell, Schneider, which they are much in the field of operating those oil and gas fields. And we developed with them a full architecture of resilience and security end-to-end, and we do provide it to them. So in a nutshell, I believe security is a very large topic. It's very important to consider an approach of SOC, as a security operations center approach. If you cannot afford it, we can help, but always have the opportunity to see those kinds of solutions available as outsource as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. Adding to what you said, how cybersecurity or security in general is an integral part for different sectors in the market. It's also a very, very crucial part in the banking and finance sector as well. And the more convenient it is for us to transact anything digitally, there is also a threat of data breach and your data being out there easily accessible, not only for us, but also for people who do not have the right intentions with your data. I would like to shed some light about e-signatures, or rather electronic signatures in the banking and finance sector to trace your transactions digitally. A lot of countries have adopted e-signature as an acceptable system. Mr. Tariq, can you shed some light on how you feel if e-signature in the future gets accepted in Oman?
Yeah, so e-signature it's partly accepted here, but what tends to happen is you fill a form, many times you fill it by pen, sometimes with an e-form, but the last step is you print the file, you sign it, and then you scan it, and then sometimes you can backdate it. That's what happens in practice. You can be less accurate. With the more modern way of doing business is using e-signature software. So what these softwares tell you is they will send you a link, you sign it digitally. This way, there is no debate whether the signature was done on time, when was it done, because everything is on record. So when there is any dispute or disagreement, big part of the job is gone. You cannot say, oh, I didn't sign this. You don't need witness to approve your signature or anything like that. So of course, it makes more seamless, and these small things, they just make access to markets much more easier. So the main thing is now in most developed countries, you can buy and sell shares, even properties, anything without even going there, without doing anything. You just need a smartphone. With your iPhone, you can just do everything. So of course, if we can develop to, ideally that would be the stage where we can develop. We're progressing, but we are not there yet. Other thing that I saw also becoming widely accepted globally is the concept of e-notary. So in certain fields, especially life sciences, you need to notarize documents. You cannot, and authorize it by embassies. You cannot approve things only by signature. So there are so many countries and increasingly accepting this. So what they do, they'll send you a link, and then they'll have a video of you on the link. You sign the documents in front of them, and then there's a guy, approved guy from a list, looking at you, verifying your data. So again, everything works so seamless that, and then from our point, any country who quickly adapts to this immediately has an edge over other countries who do not do this. It just makes things way more easy.
Thank you so much. My next question is to Mr. Mujahid, actually, and I'm going to build on this, because e-signature is a very big topic. But I'm going to hark back a bit to Ms. Debbie's presentation a while back. She mentioned fail fast, learn faster. Now, I want to know if there's any merit in bringing in technology first into Oman, especially you being in the banking sector, very sensitive sector. Is there any merit in you coming first and bringing technology and implementing it here? And what are some of the ideas you have with open banking, and what are your opinions on it?
Before I jump on open banking, I think Iwan also covered a larger aspect of open banking. But just to add what Ali was talking about on cybersecurity, because this has been the topic, and since we are moving towards the digital transformation, and every day especially we banks, we face a lot of challenges and a lot of attacks are coming. And these hackers are really very much interested in attacking banks more than in the other non-banking companies. And what so far we have done, we build the detection capabilities, the protection capabilities, and every day we see still we have not reached our ultimate goal where we are supposed to be. Ali referred the SOC. We do have a SOC center. But then nowadays we are seeing there are, normally the attacker, when he wants to, he or she or an organization wants to attack an organization, they attack you from the vulnerabilities. And all of us, we know, every day there are vulnerabilities and there are patches which are coming from different solution providers. If you see Microsoft every Tuesday or Wednesday, they're releasing thousands of patches. Now, how frequently can you go and start patching your servers, your end-point users, your networking devices, your applications? It's not easy. Sometimes you get patches from the security angle. You have to implement them, but then your application is not really certifying those patches. And when you do it, it might jeopardize the application's performance. So now we are seeing the concept of virtual patch management. They are coming up with the concept of virtual. In fact, it's there. It's not just a concept. It's available. Some banks have already started implementing it. Some banks are looking at it. But I would say this is the new trend now which is happening. Any vulnerability which is either known or not known. So these kind of appliances now, they have the capability to stop these vulnerabilities to penetrate, whether it is at endpoint level, or it is at a network level, or it is at a server level. So I thought just to add onto what Ali was trying to explain. With regards to open banking API, yes.
With regards to early adoption of technology, including open banking, bringing its various iterations here.
I think we have a lot of dependency on our regulator before we go and introduce something which is like exposing these APIs. You are communicating between different banks. If you see some countries, maybe Asian countries in India, if I could refer to Pay ATM or the super app, Or if you go to the American market, you have Splade or Plaid. These are the fintech companies where they, under one umbrella, they bring banks, they bring all kind of retailers, they bring travel agents, they bring, everybody is available there. And what happens there? You're sharing APIs among each other. So here I think we are waiting for the regulator to come on a standard API, because there are a lot of standards, and I guess, if every bank will follow its own standard, it will be another kiosk. So some more guidelines are, they're working on it. I'm sure very soon they will be announcing it, and accordingly we will be able to integrate with these APIs and then announce it. But what happens if you don't follow these standard APIs? You will end up spending here, and then once you need to integrate again with those kind of APIs, it was another investment. So which is not something good or efficient way of working. So this is what I felt.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mujahid. And building on what Alvin said about early adoption of technology, Mr. Osama, let's talk about e-governance once again. And you have also been one of the pioneers in Oman in introducing and implementing technology and everything. And what are the 3 big technology trends that you're focusing on currently? And how is that adding to technology adoption in the public sector?
Yeah, the technology trend keeps changing every day, and you need really to be very fast and changing and be up to date. So we currently focusing on 3 specific areas. The first one is the low code or no code. Again, this was presented earlier today, and this is an area where I see is going to shine a lot. And the beauty about the low code that you'll get results out of your project very quickly. So basically, you will have quick wins quickly in any e-transformation project. Not only that, but you'll have a code that is less defects, easy to maintain, knowledge transfer from team to another is very easy. So low code is a key direction that we're looking at. The second one is the artificial intelligence and automation. And I think Saeed from PDO did a very good presentation today, and he mentioned about the RPA, his 4 team members, robotic team members, was very interesting. And this is an area we see, again, it's going to be having a very good opportunity as we go. Speaking about the same, we are currently implementing an artificial intelligence bot to one of our customers here in Muscat. And the objective here is to provide services to citizens. So citizens will be able to complete their request managing this artificial intelligence bot, and they will do it on WhatsApp and Messenger in any environment. And the service will be the benchmark we have put in the project that they cut the time by, 90% to complete the service itself. And after the implementation, the call center or the agent that provide the service, again, they're going to spend much less time for each and every service, hence increasing the overall performance of the organization. So artificial intelligence automation has a lot of potential here in different sectors. The third, and which is very close to my heart, is content management. Content management might not be a buzzword like low code or artificial intelligence, but today with the digital transformation and social media, there is a lot of content is created every day. And this content need to be managed. So content management will stay, although it's been running for a decade or so, but it will continue. Especially in Oman, we have the National Record and Archive Authority who has putting the rules and regulation how to manage the content in terms of classification, retention policies, disposition. And it's mandating government agencies and government-owned companies to implement solutions in this area. So this area, the content management will continue to be important and will continue to do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Osama. I think we now will open the floor for some question and answers from the audience to our mega diverse panel. Any questions?
Okay, if this is the case, actually, there was one very big question that's been looming here. You know, we talk about Oman Vision 2040 and all the pillars that it outlines. Omanization is actually one of the top pillars. And the oil and gas sector is where I'm going to be directing this question to. So it'll come to, I'll start with you, Mr. Saud. I really want to know about this report, which says, it's from Bloomberg, it states that nearly 20% of jobs on oil rigs are going to be automated. How are you looking to sustainably move towards automation? And are you looking at upskilling as PDO?
20%, okay. It's not a new question. I've had this, and the percentage just keeps on increasing, and depending who's reporting. From a PDO perspective, an organization is either doing digital or becoming digital. In PDO, we look at digital as a living DNA within us, and we are becoming digital. In becoming digital, the percentage of positions lost is not the objective. It's how we upskill and move and adapt. And that's exactly what we're doing. If we look at roles like data entry, they're very, very, they used to be quite common a couple of years ago. We've positioned ourselves that a lot of these robotic tasks or processes are no longer required, or they are not even described as part of our job descriptions. So the percentage is potentially the workload that we might be able to supplement with a digital workforce, but I do not foresee us as human beings losing positions because of an artificial intelligent adoption, unless if we have been doing something which we were never meant to do, meaning we have been doing the robot's work.
Okay. Now, Mr. Yaqub, I just want to again touch upon this. Yours is a very diverse organization. You have multiple streams under which you're operating. Where do you know, or where are you looking to really focus on when it comes to digitization and automation?
Well, actually, the focus is where we have more pain. I would say that where we can solve a bigger challenge for the operations, where the technology can add a bigger value in terms of solving that issue within the operation. So regardless whether it is in upstream or downstream or midstream, we analyze it and we prioritize it based on the value that is generating and the impact that is going to deliver to the business. And this is how we are maybe tackling a lot of requirement from the business. And this is also, it's not an easy task, and that's why we are taking it into phases. Because with the new technologies, there is always, as mentioned in this panel and the previous presentations, there is always a challenge for change management and preparing people for that change, because it might involve changing the way that they are conducting the business. And that's why change management is very important, to prepare people and to reduce the fear. As you said, Yani, people are fearing that they will lose their jobs. They will not be needed anymore because the technology will replace them. However, that's not the case. As my colleague said, they need to be upskilled. They need to learn new things, and then they need to use that new skills in being more productive. And the technology is just going to solve a problem and help them to move forward with better intelligence and information going forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yaqub. Speaking on how technology is not going to replace humans, I would like Mr. Menon's 2 cents on this, because what you said earlier regarding technological advancements, all these advancements in digital transformation comes at a price, and the price is not low. And that is not a worry, but a common concern for a lot of companies, not in Oman, but also globally. That is, with tech advancements comes the affordability as well. So how does technology reach out to companies which do not have, which has the demand, but does not have the monetary affordability to have these implemented in their organization?
It's actually a fallacy to say that affordability is an issue. I think most of the people sitting over here, of course, they're all from large organizations. There is a greater loss if you do not adapt. By not going into digital transformation, the losses you incur in productivity, in theft, in cyber theft, things like that would be actually greater. Having said that, if you look at the SME sector or others like that, yes, the initial steps could require, worry. It could be worrisome in the sense that people may wonder, is it worth the investment? In the first place, it is worth the investment because in the long run, you will recover. Having said that, technology has now come out with so many OPEX models. You have a lot of solutions available. I would say a plethora of solutions available where you take the subscription model. Software as a service, SaaS, is a reality today. I mean, 90% of what is available in the market today is really on a monthly subscription model. You don't have to go and spend millions of riyals or, hundreds and thousands of dollars on equipment. You could use, for instance, cloud has removed the need for you to have your own servers or your own data center, okay? And there are so many functions available today. I would say that would cater to 95% of an enterprise's requirement, large or small, where they don't have to incur any capex at all. It's all software-based, services where you enter into a subscription. And you get the service, like you have implemented yourself. You get the support, which is more important, at a very minimal cost per month. So it's not really a cost issue. It is more, I think, in the mind. People have to accept that it is necessary, it's going to improve their businesses, and it's going to improve the customer experience. Once that's accepted, the cost will never be an issue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Menon. Now, this will be potentially the last question as well. I just want to ask Dr. Ali, with 5G in place now, you spoke about how the adoption has been. But can you, on a larger level, actually talk about how this is aiding Oman Vision 2040 and give us a closing statement on that?
Okay, in terms of meeting the 2040, the 5G considered as one of the main enabler of the 2040 pillars. One of them, if you just talk about the infrastructure and the building capabilities within that, maybe you already touched two pillars. But there are more than that. The 5G enable a lot of cases, we use cases globally in the healthcare, and it's one of the pillars. The infrastructure I spoke about, the ports, but there are more than that, even the airport, the logistics, even we talk about the autonomous car, driverless cars in the future, that's happening. People are testing it, and the 5G is one of the neighbor because of the low latency features and the high speed. So I think 5G has enabled a lot of pillars within the 2040 visions, and the statement here is not only a telecom operator to drive this. It required the collaboration between different sectors to build the use cases to capitalize on those characteristics of the 5G. Is not only a single-man show. Should be a collaboration, health, educational, oil and gas, ports. Everybody should collaborate together to come up with the, instead of saying 2040 vision, we're gonna, this milestone in 2030, this is a milestone in 2040. We can accelerate a lot of those objectives well in advance. I mean, this is what I'm trying to, thank you.
Dr.
Thank you so much. Engineering Ahmad, I would like to hear your closing remarks on, or rather your wish list on how you see Oman evolving into a digital economy with the guidelines of Oman Vision 2040.
Yeah, okay. Actually, in space communication technology, I mean, part of our current business lines as not just the broadband or GSM connectivity of government connectivity and mobility, we more focus about building capabilities, basically Omani capabilities. So currently our operations run with 100% Omani young engineers, and we are very proud of that, and we think they are becoming our experts, and we will be involving them in in the program of designing, building, and manufacturing and launching our Omani first satellite. And it is not an easy task, but definitely it is challenging, but it is not also impossible. We can do it. So having said that, also we are more into going beyond the Omani market. So we will be exploring the market in the Middle East and in East Africa as well. So to provide all the vertical of telecommunications services through the satellite.
Thank you. Now my question to Mr. Kohli is, what is your wish list if you were to talk to the regulators on how you have your plan as a company, vision and mission, but you're also aiding to Oman Vision 2040. What is your wish list to the government if the regulators are seeing this? What do you want from them now?
See, from the regulators, they have various other aspects to it, which has to take care of the public who are the users of the service. They have to look at that. They have to look at the commerce side of it. They have to look at the industry, whether industry can afford certain areas. And besides then, the insurance industry, and then the strength of insurance industry, the survival of the industry, whether the insurance industry is strong enough from the risk perspective, financially they are strong to take care of the various risks, and when the time comes, can they pay the claims? So regulator has their hands full for many areas. The only area at this stage where I want to hasten them is to go for the mandatory health. So we have been discussing about adoption of mandatory health since a long time, and if they can hasten their decision making on that, and where the technology is already being put, as I discussed before, on the Mani platform, where already we have put the hospital service providers on their platform, and insurance companies are also coming on that platform. And then that will be utilized to pay the claims and give the insurance services pretty fast. So if we can do quick decisions there, but many angles are involved. Chamber of Commerce is involved, ministries are involved, and strength of SMEs is also has to be seen whether they can take care of the burden of insuring all their employees. So all those areas has to be considered by regulator before coming to a decision.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kohli. Now my question is to Mr. Mujahid and Mr. Tariq. It's also very similar. I want to know what your wish list is to the government, looking at it from a banking perspective. As you look to implement more systems in place, more technology in place, what are some of the challenges that you're facing? What do you need from the regulators as a wish list?
If we can get the single repository informations or details of retail and corporate customers under one single repository, it will really make the digital journey seamless and frictionless. This is one. Second, if Oman will have something like a unified payment interface gateway in the country. We have a payment gateway, but what I'm here referring to, we onboard the customers which are not having banking accounts, like it's happening in other part of the world. Third is we may look at DeFi financing solutions. And also the fourth one is to allow having an app which is called the Super App. Inside that app, we have multiple players from different sector, from different segments who can all be under one platform, under one ecosystem. This will really accelerate and will make it more convenient for every customer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mujahid. Now, Mr. Tariq, what is your wish list?
Asset management industry and banks are quite related. So if the banks become more efficient, automatically the process of managing money also becomes more easier for people. So what we'd like is within similar lines, which is more seamless payment, like how the global standard is becoming. So catching up with them more quickly. That's the main, yeah.
And
sorry, just to add, last year they upgraded the trading platform. So the reporting, the companies are now there is a mandatory requirement for all companies to report their financials in a certain way that's in line with the globe. So they're moving in the right direction from this aspect. And then they've also updated the CMA has updated the MSX in the market from the platform. You will not see any changes, but technically it allows for more tools like market making, more liquidity management tools, short selling, and all these things. So it's going in the right direction. It's just the world is too quick. So we have to try to be in the same pace at least.
Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Ali, is there a wish list that you have? Or is it just about educating the people on what system to adopt when and how important cybersecurity actually is?
I just wanted to comment on Mr. Menon. He mentioned about cloud, which is very important and I think is very key in accelerating the transformation. The issue is with our TRA, and I hope they can enlighten their vision and their thinking. Today, we are not allowed to provide global cloud. And if somebody is buying it enterprise level, that's not legal, by the way. So the government are not allowed, and we are not allowed to, today as enterprises, to buy, unless with their own personal decision or enterprise decision. If that is enabled, imagine Cisco has many services can provide globally in the cloud. If you go to Microsoft, they have the whole Azure platform, and that can enable the acceleration of the transformation in very fast way because you have it there. There are banking solutions, there are fintech solutions, there are oil and gas industry solutions, there are many things. Probably might fit, might not fit, that's another question. But they're available just on subscription to buy it immediately. So my wish is if TRA can look into it, and I don't think so, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. And thank you so much, all our distinguished panelists, for your opinions and your expertise. And I hope the audience also had a very insightful panel. So thank you so much for being with us today.
You know what I've realized in these conferences and summits? The most powerful man in the room is the photographer, really. He controls it and he can control the people. Thank you very much, Alvin and Swati, for the intriguing session, and to all our panelists, thank you very much. Now we are moving to our next presenter this morning, this day, and it's Mr. Mukunda Kumar, KG, the CEO of Securado, with a portfolio nothing short of extensive. The CEO brings over 2 decades of multifaceted global exposure through Tier 1 organizations such as Tata Steel, Capgemini, Ernst & Young, NTT Data, and more. A continuous learner who believes in clarity and simplified frameworks of business growth, Mr. Mukunda Kumar, through Securado, aims to become a frontrunner for providing advanced cybersecurity defense platforms, which sets industry benchmarks and stimulates devising solutions to tackle cybersecurity transformations globally. And cybersecurity is a very important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and get some information from Mr. Mukunda Kumar. I am happy that I did not slaughter or butcher the name. His name is Mr. Mukunda Kumar. I will announce him once more time once all the chairs are actually out. We had a great panel discussion talking a lot about information that were going on. And by the way, soon after this, we'll actually be having lunch. So not too far away. Can we actually, would you like to come on? Yeah? So, everybody, please put your hands together. High five yourselves for Mr. Mukunda Kumar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost 10:02, so close to lunchtime. So I'll not test your patience, but I carry an additional responsibility to entertain you for the next 20 minutes. So what I would do is, I would narrate you a small storyline that would uncover the bit of a secret behind this digital vaccine that you all heard about. Right since the morning, you might have seen there is a logo represented here, which is the digital vaccine for cyber breaches, right? And generally people don't reveal the secret recipe of any such vaccine. But here I'm going to give you a small narrative. This would help you to understand a bit more in detail about how this digital vaccine works and what it means for you. So let me set the context before I get onto the storyline. So we all have seen the digital transformation, which enables most of the digital tools that simplifies our day-to-day life, correct? So most of the digital tools are leveraged. So for today, if you look at, for any of your banking related transactions, you hardly need to go to bank. Even you remember the lady from Majan University, she was talking about during COVID time, again, the remote sessions where they were able to successfully complete or conduct remote sessions. Why? It all happens with the power of digital technologies, right? So now, when each technologies are getting onboarded in the context of digital transformation, right? Now, today's world, we can't imagine without having the digital tools in hand, right? The social, mobile, analytics, cloud, all these components, right? Blockchain, all these components are connecting directly or indirectly you with the digital world, correct? So on the other hand, whatever that you do with digital transformation, there is a dark side of the world which is going restless. Hope you're aware of it, because they're equally trying to exploit the possibility of, leveraging each digital channel to get inside your business and to take a command or handle on your business data, correct? So that is where, see, whatever big, whatever great that you do in the context of digital journey, this digital movement, one single breach can claim everything, correct? Do you really want to wait for that? So there are two ways of handling it. One is, when a breach happens, you can go and deal with it. The other option, so like what in the human body, when we are sick, when you are sick, when you are diagnosed as sick, then you go for a treatment, right? But you can be a little proactive of getting vaccinated. So what does a vaccine does? The vaccine add necessary antibodies in your body so that you will become immune to resist against the disease. The same approach. So we do take a similar approach. How do we immunize your business, resisting your business from the cyber breaches, right? So now let's get on to the storyline, right? So when the digital movement was at its peak and the other side of the world is also evolving, so we all got instigated to arrive at something that should immunize or that should resolve, that should give a sustainable solution, right? To make the business to feel safe and move forward, right? Okay. How do I move it? So here it comes the storyline. You see on the dark side, There are three different sources of attacks that has been articulated there. The threat actors, the threat vectors, and threat landscape, right? So what is their focus? What do they target? See, if you look at your business data is something getting targeted, right? So when you look at your business data can get reside in the cloud or in a local server, right? Or in a laptop or in a tab or a phone. So your business data can be anywhere. That you cannot restrict. Hope you all agree with that, right? So the dark side of the world, which is constantly targeting to take command over your business data, then what is that we are going to do there? So if you look at here, we perform something called a comprehensive risk assessment. So there is again a context. You all must have seen when it comes to cybersecurity, there is a risk assessment which is getting traditionally performed. Repeating, risk assessment which are getting traditionally performed, which is mostly a checklist-based risk assessment. Is the checklist are updated the way this dark side is evolving? For a process sake, for a statutory requirement sake, you perform this risk assessment, correct? And then beyond which, so does that checklist-based risk assessment tells you, do you have a real hacker inside at this point in time in your organization? So that's where you are in need of a real-time risk assessment. Beyond a checklist, you need to place the right and necessary sensors within your business environment and to see, do you have a hacker inside? Correct? So that is where we perform so that's where we perform a comprehensive risk assessment, correct? So when we perform a comprehensive risk assessment, we do this in three aspects. We assess your application, we assess your risk, and we assess your infrastructure in detail. So when you perform a real-time risk assessment, it calls out if you have a hacker inside at this point in time, but what about the next 1 minute? Once you're done with your assessment, beyond which, how do you see that are you getting a new hacker inside in the next minute or next second rather? So that is where you need a constant visibility. You remember in the panel discussion, Mr. Ali was talking about visibility that matters a lot and continuous visibility. And when it comes to continuous visibility, right, you need a security operations center. You can see an eye over there. So here what we do is, we do a 24/7 monitoring to the external world. And here again, you have to qualify whether an incident or an attempt to attack is really relevant to you or not. So generally, in your business, you will not leave your business just not keeping any security measures there, right? So you would have some compensatory security controls exist in your business. So what we do is, when we do a continuous monitoring, detection and monitoring services when we do it, so whatever the incidents which are detected, right? So those incidents are validated through artificial intelligence, with the merit of artificial intelligence. So what it does is, on top of your compensatory controls, is there a risk which is relevant to you? Otherwise, every attempt to attack may not be relevant to you. You don't have to spend your time there. So how do we liberate your effort or spending your time on the false positives? That's where the artificial intelligence comes into play. Now, when artificial intelligence validate, yes, it's a qualified attack, then visibility is not enough. Beyond visibility, you need remediation, right? So for remediation, what we do is, fundamentally we check whether this incident, which has been reported, which is qualified, which is relevant to you, has been occurred in the past. Is a known incident or an unknown incident? When it is a known incident, we already have translated the remediation steps into a playbook. So that playbooks are getting triggered with a machine learning algorithm. Now we see the machine learning algorithm will do necessary things. The running of the playbook will run through the security controls, which are tightly integrated with the security controls. When you look at there, imagine if an attempt to attack which is unknown to you, then how do you handle it? When it is unknown to you, you need human intelligence. Artificial intelligence fails. So that is where we engage a team of human intelligence. We have a 3-tier team of human intelligence: a security analyst, incident response team, and a threat hunting team. So this team will analyze the unknown attack in detail, and then they devise a new playbook out of it. When the new playbooks are devised, those playbooks are going to be applied back to my repository. So that is where the more number of playbooks that you have, you are immunized. This playbook stands as the antibodies in your body. So then next time when the same incident happens, right? So we have more than 1,700 plus playbooks which are proprietary apart from the Open Threat Exchange. Now, you also need to have security controls in place, right? That's where we have an adaptive cloud security platform. An adaptive cloud security stack, you can say it contains, 3 different categories of security controls, and all the security controls are tightly integrated into one single stack. Let me call out a simple thing over here. It's all about, if you handle security in silo, then you will not get a coordinated security posture for your analysis. So coordinated security posture is fundamentally missing in today's world. So that is where the security control needs to be integrated. For that reason, we kept an adaptive cloud security stack, which is a host of all possible latest and greatest of security controls, which is integrated by default in that stack. And you don't have to buy or you don't have to subscribe everything. Based on the visibility of risk, what is relevant to you, accordingly you can pick and choose. You can engage and disengage security controls. So now beyond which, if you look at, you also need an expert cyber operations team. And this cyber operations team, what they also do there is they add maturity to your existing security controls. As I said, right, in your business, you don't leave it unattended. You already have by default some investment done on some security controls. What if these security controls are not configured right? And the configuration maturity, right? The maturity of the configuration that matters, otherwise you continue investing in new security controls for no reasons. So that is where our technology experts, the cyber ops team, they do a primary assessment of your security control. They add maturity, any lack of configuration, they fill it, and beyond which if an additional security control is needed, only those security controls are going to be subscribed from the adaptive cloud security stack. And we name it as, the complete setup, we name it as a managed cyber defense platform. And any customer who onboard to my cyber defense platform, this is an intelligent, resilient cyber defense platform, any customer business which is onboarded to this platform, we call it as digitally vaccinated. Because that customer will have a by default, will get the merit of, the existing playbooks which are by default embedded within this platform. And which is a bundle of offers, which is integrated together into a consolidated platform, we call it as a digital vaccine. So that's all, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this makes sense to you. And then beyond which, I have one more slide, but again, with the limits of time, I'll just leave it here. This is all about Securado. We born in Oman in 2008, and within the core of our DNA, we keep technology as our strength. And out of our technology innovations, and we made a timeless innovation, which is this digital vaccine. And we have quite a good number of customers. They have given us repeat business, an average of 6 to 7 repeat business of saying the technology merits and capabilities that we carry demonstrated in the customer environment. And we are more than happy to engage further with each one of you. And thank you so much for listening.
That was a very important topic, cybersecurity. If anybody's interested, head over to YouTube. You check out Cyber Polygon. Could be a problem for us, but at least we could learn something, some new things. Cyber Polygon, check it out. And thank you very much, Mr. Mukunda Kumar. Our next presenter is Dr. Juan Arbelez, the cornea and refractive surgeon, associate medical and scientific director at Muscat Eye Laser Center. Dr. Arbelez, I'm so sorry, is a member of several international ophthalmic societies and is an official trainer of ophthalmology residents for the Oman Medical Society Board and is involved with ongoing research in cornea and refractive surgery. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Juan. His topic of presentation will be on latest technology in eye care and how efficient processes have given rise to safer surgeries in ophthalmology. Please put your hands together for Dr. Juan.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation. Today I have a little bit of a challenge because I will be presenting a very technical stuff that involves the medical field, which not all of the attendants are acquainted with. So ophthalmology is the specialty of medicine that is one of the leaders in technology, among the ones that use the most technology from all of the specialties. And to start, I would like you to put you a little bit in context about the anatomy of the eye, going back to our school days, to understand a little bit more about it, because I will just speak about one part of the eye today. So the first layer or the first window of the eye, this, you have a pointer? It's not working. Okay. No, the middle one is going forward. I need a pointer, but it's not working. Okay, great. So this is the first clear layer of the eye. It's like the window of the eye. It's approximately 12 millimeters of diameter and half millimeter of thickness. We use that layer to correct the power of the eyes for those people that uses glasses. So whoever of the attendants is using glasses will be very interesting about all of this technology that involves diagnostics and treatment of eye disease, especially vision correction disease. So being a very little structure in our body and having all of this technology that is involved to evaluate it is quite exciting and challenging because also of the size of it. So years before, the only diagnostic equipment that we have available to measure the curvature of this part of the body was basically taking a photo of the eye by reflecting rings of light in the eye and taking an infrared photo, as you can see here in the image. It's called Placido disc. And all of these discs of light were helping us to do a topography to see the irregularities of the surface of the cornea and the curvature of the surface on the cornea to be able to change it with lasers or incisions and improve the vision of those patients who needed glasses. But nowadays, the technology had evolved so much that we have different diagnostic devices that allow us to see in detail all the structures of the eye, as you can see here. So the first one that you see in the top is the cornea that I'm referring to, and then the rest of the structures of the eye all the way back to the retina with a very high precision in terms of thickness and size of the structures. Going back to what we have now available to measure just that thin layer of 12 millimeters diameter and half millimeter of thickness, we have several different equipments that increase the safety on the screening of the patients who are candidates or not to have, for example, laser vision correction. So all of these devices now evaluate the cornea in thickness, in size, in curvature of the anterior part, in the posterior part, and also all of the thin layers that this cornea has, that it has 5 important structures. It is able now, the diagnostic equipments that we have, to evaluate them independently. But not only that, is so much information that we obtain now that we need to analyze, and visually is quite impossible for the human eyes to tell what is normal and what is abnormal. So the technology again plays a role now. We use artificial intelligence softwares in each of the diagnostic devices that we have, and this artificial intelligence software is able to analyze and compare images of corneas with a disease, corneas that are affected, and tell us how likely is the cornea that we are seeing in front of our eyes to develop a disease in the future, or to develop a disease after we do a laser to correct the power of the eyes. We have also several different equipments to treat the problems. As I say, ophthalmology involves a lot of technology, and in here, this picture, all of these equipments that you are seeing are all to treat a very tiny layer of the eye, that is the cornea. And all are different technologies and different type of lasers, solid-state lasers, non-solid-state lasers, JAG lasers, argon lasers, femtosecond lasers, excimer lasers, all are different technologies and all do different things to correct the power of the eye. We have different techniques going now to the treatment of the vision, to get rid of the glasses, to do surgery in the cornea with these lasers to correct the power of the eyes. The well-known technique since many years available was PRK and LASIK. In PRK, it involves laser directly on the cornea, as you can see here. Then in LASIK, it involves to open one of the layers of the cornea before doing the laser treatment. And now we have a new technology that we received recently in our center that is a technology that allows us to remove a piece of lenticle of the cornea to correct the power of the eye, avoiding to have large wounds and having a faster recovery in terms of healing. I will show you a short videos for you just to be understanding a little bit better what I was talking about. The first video will show a treatment of PRK. So this is a treatment that involves burning with a laser the first layers of the cornea and sculpting the power that the people use in the glasses to put it directly in that clear layer of the eye. So as you see, this is the first layer of the eye, that is the green part, and then we are changing the curvature of the eye with the laser, and we wait a couple of days until the skin of the cornea heals back as you saw it. So this is the first procedure that we have available, and we have also evolved into the point that the 3 different procedures will give us the same outcomes. And there is no procedure better for everyone. So sometimes patients ask me frequently, what is the best that you can do for me to get rid of the glasses? There is no best for everybody. There is best for specific cases. All different types of corneas can have different type of procedures, and one procedure will be safer for a different individual than the other one because each procedure has its own advantages and benefits. So our role is to decide. Can you please play the video? So our role as an eye doctor is to decide to which procedure will be the best candidate each patient. This is the latest laser that we received. It's the newest generation of femtosecond lasers and is the newest generation of eye vision correction. As I say, is not the best for all of them. As I say, each procedure has its own benefits and disadvantages, and it could be the best for a particular person, but for the brother it could be the best the other one because of the characteristics, their own characteristics of the individual eyes. So in this procedure we have an advanced eye tracking system that allow us to do the centration of the treatment without having any error in the axis of the treatment, and then basically the laser will produce some tiny explosions, cavitations that separates these layers and create a lenticle that can be removed out of the eye through a very small incision. Because is a very small incision, the recovery with this technique is the fastest among the other techniques, and the patients, after an hour of the surgery, they can be back to perform almost all their activities, back to work if they require. So basically, this was a short brief that I wanted to share with you about the technology that we have. We currently are working in 5 different projects, all involving artificial intelligence and mainly in diagnostics to have find disease earlier and to be able to treat them earlier and find corneas that might develop problems in the future and avoid touching those corneas with surgery, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Juan. I hope that was informative for you. We are now going to move into something very special. But before we do that, I'd like this opportunity to express our sincerest gratitude to our energy partner, Petroleum Development Oman, innovation partner, OQ, and our endorsement partner, Oman Banks Association. We would also like to train the spotlight on our sponsors of the day, Suhar International, that has been here as our digital banking partner. Bank Nizwa was our digital Islamic banking partner, and our asset management partner is United Securities, and Neo Reality is our immersive tech partner. Cisco joined us today as our digital partner, Business Gateways as our technology partner, Omantel as our 5G technology partner, MHD iTix and Thafar Insurance as our associate partner, Majani University College as our academic partner, and Bahwan Cybertech, Securido, and Software Systems LLC as our support partners, and I'm the talking partner. Coverage of the event is definitely by Times of Oman, media partner, and Alam Al-Iqtisad and Shabiba as our Arabic media partner. On the digital front, Oer Live will cover the event, so check it out and whatever you missed out. We will now break for lunch. So we encourage everyone to, if possible, return back to their seats for our post-lunch because we still have some great people discussing some great topics. So if you're curious, stay on and enjoy lunch. Bon appetit.
every day holds a new opportunity, broadening our horizons, opening doors which we never knew existed, and to win in this ever-changing world. We shouldn't think twice or give up. At Sohar International, we paved the winning path for you, for your business, for your ambitions, and for our people and nation. We're committed to bringing the latest digital and innovative solutions within your reach, so you can see today with a broader vision.
Hi, everybody. I'm hoping you're enjoying your food. Please, you're our captive audience. Do not move. Enjoy your meal while you're at the table. The presentations shall continue while you're sitting down having a meal. We hope you had a great break in the process. We would now like to introduce on stage Dr. Khalid Al-Hazmi, the director of the National Center for IoT and Robotics Technology at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Dr. Al-Hazmi is head of the Vision and Operational Analytics Division at the National Center for AI and Big Data, and is also a part of the KACST's Strategies Development Team, and a strategy leader for one of the digital revolution strategies. He's an experienced researcher with more than 13 years of experience in designing and executing IT and emerging technologies related projects. Ladies and gentlemen, take your fork, take your knife, put it together instead of clapping. Yeah, or you can clap for Dr. Khalid on the stage.
السلام عليكم. الله يعطيكم العافية. أول شيء سعيد بحضوري لعمان، هي الزيارة الأولى لي لهذه الدولة الجميلة. أنا وصلت أمس في الليل وطلبت منهم إنه تصير في الأخير، فيبدو إنه وقت الغداء والناس يعني تعبت من بداية اليوم، I will make it brief and short إن شاء الله. أول شيء يعني أكرر أنا سعيد بوجودي هنا، وكان ودي أجي يوم عشان ما ألبس شماغ وألبس العمامة، أتوقع كان أسهل علي من الشماغ. فالله يعطيكم العافية. طبعا يعني دعوني الزملاء قبل تقريبا شهرين to participate in this great event. The theme was يعني to focus on the emerging tech, AI, IoT, robotics, and other emerging technologies. At the last minute, like few days ago, I decided to change the order of my presentation and to focus on very fundamental technology, which is an enabler for the whole emerging technologies, which is the cloud computing. Then I will explain at the end how the other emerging technologies such as AI, data analytics, robotics will benefit from the cloud computing. اليوم حنا في السعودية we're working on a target to move 80% of the government data centers to migrate to the cloud. It is يعني مستهدف صعب لكن بنعمل عليه. الهدف من هذا المستهدف is really to enable innovation and emerging technologies by benefiting from the cloud services provided by the CSPs in the region. Recently in Saudi Arabia, you might have heard that many hyperscalers already deployed or initiate their local data center in Saudi Arabia. Last week we had, or 2 weeks ago, we had Google with Aramco. They launched their data center in Saudi Arabia. Before this was Alibaba and STC. Also, they launched their first data center. We're expecting Amazon to launch their local center also in Saudi Arabia, beside their data center in Bahrain. So I titled this presentation to be Cloud Adoption to Foster Innovation and Emerging Technology. I heard from one of the panelists that he hoped that the government can adopt cloud solutions into their services. So to achieve cloud adoption in the governments, 4 main challenges have to be addressed. The first one is that data centers cost a lot of money, so there is a lot of spending on the CapEx to build the data centers. On the other side, we see that low efficiencies of utilization of these data centers. So this is number one. Number two, lack of cloud expertise and cloud migration capacities. Nowadays, maybe in the region, we still have a lack of expertise within the cloud domain. The third one, which is lack of cloud supply in the countries, in the region, especially hyperscalers. There is tremendous efforts nowadays in the region to bring hyperscalers to open their, to have a location in the region. Saudi Arabia is doing a great effort. Bahrain did one with Amazon. And we hope that Oman and Emirates bring all of those hyperscalers to the region to benefit from the amazing services offered by the cloud service provider. The last one, which is low cloud adoption and awareness. Nowadays, I think that governments have very low cloud adoption of cloud services. Yet commercial or the private sector are benefiting from some cloud services that are resides out the region. However, within the governments, the adoption is still low. So what we did in order to foster the cloud adoption within the government, we have identified 6 different streams. Nowadays, I work with the Digital Government Authority, and we're working on this file, so that's why I decided to start with this topic. First, that you need to identify the baseline of the cloud adoption within the government and identify the opportunities. Second, you need to set policies, regulations, standards to foster the adoption of the cloud services. Third stream is that we need to focus on certain initiatives to transit the government services to the cloud. Then we need to monitor the compliance of the government entities for the cloud adoption. Throughout this journey, we will engage the stakeholders, which is the government entities, regulators, and other entities within the government within this journey. Of course, awareness is a big player within this journey. Building the digital capacity and the capabilities, local capabilities who can help within this journey. Also, it's also an important. So through benchmarking, we identified 9 prevailing processes implemented by leading countries to achieve cloud adoption into 3 different value chains. Shape, where you shape in terms of the regulations, standards, and strategies to allow the execution of the cloud adoption. Then the last one is to monitor and report. Leading countries do share the same patterns in the operating model for shaping cloud adoption and data center consolidation. We have looked to the top-ranked countries in terms of the digital governments, such as United States, UK, Germany, Australia, South Korea. And all of them, they do have cloud vision, they do have cloud strategy, including, okay, so sorry. So I'm in this slide. So you have missed the previous 3 slides, but luckily we're at the beginning. So these 6 countries, they are in the top 20 countries in terms of the digital governments. So among those 6 countries, we have seen that all of them, they share the same approach. That they do have a cloud vision, they have a cloud strategy, they have a roadmap, they have ambitions towards cloud adoption. Within the execution or orchestration, yes, again, for the execution, we need to manage the demand and supply for cloud services. Of course, promote the use of the cloud services and provide consultancy on cloud adoption, execute migration to the cloud. In order to facilitate this, I believe we have seen that all of these leading countries, they do have a digital marketplace where they manage the demand and supply by opening and closing the digital marketplace for new suppliers to provide their services to the government entities. Of course, monitoring the cloud adoption journey is important once you have set the strategies, and then you help them to adopt these cloud services. You need to monitor the adoption level of the cloud services. This is just to show how do we see that within the government, how do we connect government entities with the CSPs and coordinate this with the set of regulators. In Saudi Arabia, we have CITC, where they they certify the CSPs to work in Saudi Arabia, and they classify them based on their readiness to provide services to the government entities with the help with the NCA, the National Cybersecurity Agency, and with the National Data Management Office, where the cybersecurity classify the CSPs based on their compliance of the local cybersecurity controls. And of course, the data privacy, which is the big player with this game, that the government entities, they do have a classified data. Then there is a government entity who is responsible to tell who can serve government entities based on the data classification. So we have 3 different classes: Class A, Class B, Class C. Some service providers are classified to be in Class C, where they serve the government entities with the sensitive data. Class B also another level. Class A also a 3rd level. Among those, they need to comply with the certifications of their data centers. They have to comply with the cybersecurity and data regulations within the country. Once they are ready to serve the government, once they provided the whole the requirement, then they will be eligible to provide cloud services to the government. For us, what we need to orchestrate, or we need to link the government entities with the CSPs. And for this coordination, we need to govern and monitor, and we need to plan and develop. So we have identified multiple practices to tackle these challenges. It is 7 different, I will break it down in a bit to show that we haven't left anyone behind in the government, in the government to help this adoption of the cloud services within the government. So the first practice, we call it Government Cloud Adoption Strategy and Target. Second one, Digital and Cloud Technology Framework. Cloud Investments Guidance and Enablement. Cloud Supply Management and Enhancement. Cloud Adoption Awareness and Support. Cloud Adoption Planning and Execution. Compliance and Progress, Governance and Monitoring. These practices, we hope that it will benefit the cloud adoption in different domains, and this is 100% is aligned with our Vision 2030, where we need to enhance effectiveness of financial planning and efficiency of government spendings. So most of the government spendings, I believe, when we talk about ICT, we see that most of the spending on the CapEx, where we need to move that spendings into the OpEx instead of the CapEx, and leave the CapEx spendings and operation and maintenance with the CapEx to the CSPs. Develop the e-government, attract foreign direct investments, develop the digital economy, support national champions, consolidate their leadership globally, among others, that is as part of the Vision 2030. So here we break it down a bit, these 7 practices within and for each one, and I haven't put who are responsible for each one, but for each block of these breakdown of these practices, there is a responsible entity within the government that we make sure that this will lead to or to foster the cloud adoption within the government. For the first one, which is Government Cloud Adoption Strategy and Targets, we have to define a vision and an ambition for digital government. So we have a vision. We have to reach 80% of the government services move to the cloud in the next 5 years. We set cloud adoption targets. We define government-wide strategic initiatives. We execute government-wide strategic initiatives. Within the digital and cloud technology framework practice, we break it down to develop digital cloud policies and regulatory framework. In 2019, we announced the first cloud-first policy. This is by the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, where it highlighted, it highlights in general what are the roles of different big entities in the government. After that, we published, we did the first strategy in 2020, and out of that, we came up with the cloud regulatory framework, and that was for the CSPs. Then develop technical cloud standards for the government, develop cloud supply standards for the government, which is, we're working on to set a set of standards that we believe that these standards on the demand supply, demand, I mean the government entities, and the supply side, the CSPs, that will foster the cloud adoption. I don't want to go into details of each one, but I believe the most important that we need to, within the cloud supply management and enhancement, we need to assess the cloud demand and supply and how we bridge the gap between the demand and supply. It is not only this, that what other initiatives that we need to come up with to facilitate this journey for the government entities. Of course, plus the awareness campaigns and marketing campaigns, we need, we have initiated a couple of initiatives to upskill the competencies in the cloud domain. One of the most important part as well is the streamlining and accelerate procurement and govern and manage digital marketplace. We have announced multiple of national framework agreements for IaaS, for BaaS, and for SaaS. So these two, it's fast track for the governments to procure cloud services without going into the long process of procurement process within the government. So this is some aspects that to expedite and allow them to migrate to the cloud. We need to give them a fast track for the cloud adoption. Of course, the success of the cloud program will build long-lasting foundation for modernization and digitalization of the government services. Of course, refresh and modernize outcome of these efforts. The legacy data centers within the government will be modernized and will be refreshed by depending on the CSPs in Saudi Arabia. Of course, plan and optimize migration cost, cloud market understanding, maximize return on investments. Okay, so this is great. Now the end goal that now we expedite or we foster the cloud adoption with the government. Why we're doing this? We're doing this that so the government entities can will be able to innovate and to benefit from the emerging tech such as AI technologies, robotics, data analytics, blockchain, among others. There is no way that each government entity will develop their AI solutions. Each government entity will build their own data analytics stack. Each government entities, so there is no way of doing this. So plus this, cloud computing, AI, IoT, and robotics are, of course, of top disruptive technologies in terms of potential global economic impact with applications cutting across various functions. Here I wanted to shed lights on, okay, now we enable them to move to the cloud. Plus this, we need to identify what are the AI technologies that is across different sectors that we are ready to adopt within, and it's strategically important for us, and we have our readiness is high. So this is just a value chain that shows the value chain of the AI and across different sectors in Saudi Arabia. We see that time series analytics are important, face recognition, optical character recognition, where we have in the government we still depends on the paper on the papers, and we have a lot of documents being archived. All of this in Arabic, and it has to be moved to the cloud. But when we're moving it, we're not moving it just in terms that we're copying it or scanning it and saving it in a PDF format, but we need to have it in a digital form where we need to work on the optical character recognitions to transfer these images into a digital format. Object recognition, change recognition, video analytics, audio analytics, all of these will facilitate the smart cities. Nowadays, these services are already mature in the market, having enabled the governments to benefit from these services. Of course, cloud is a must. Voice recognition within the behavioral understanding and prediction, we see sentiment analysis, personality understanding, natural language processing, also in terms of text to speech, speech to text. I mean, in Arabic nowadays we have many R&D institutes. They have a kind of mature prototypes with respect to the speech recognition and text-to-speech, having them on the cloud and allowing the government entities to benefit from these engines, of course, will expedite the digital transformation within the country. So this is just to highlight some projects that we've worked on. One is call it AI-based satellite imagery suite for urban analysis. So we worked on how do we develop. In Saudi Arabia, we do have satellites, and we collect data from these satellites. However, having data from these satellites by itself is not beneficial. You need to come up with analytics on top of it that benefit the urban development. One use case was with one of the telecommunication companies. In order to help them on their expansion planning, they need to have analytics on the buildings and clusters, growth, the number of the growth of buildings in one region in automated way. I don't think that we have the time to go in depth into what the capability of this. Just I wanted to highlight some examples that is based on AI. Having that centralized engine within each entity will not help the digital transformation in country-wide. Having it on the cloud and allow the government to have the cloud services and benefit from that engine for whatever purpose, this is what we call digital government. Here's some sample IoT use cases in the oil and gas, manufacturing, logistics, mining, and electricity. Again, if the government entities, if they don't have an access to these cloud services where those analytics engines resides, they will not at all be able to adopt IoT concept. And it will remain within the private sector where they provide it in standalone solutions to certain entities. Within the robotics domain as well, we have worked hard to see also how the AI mixed with the data analytics, mixed with the robotics adoption, also will foster the advancements in the government sectors. We see that the robotics could be, there are many use cases that the government entities could use it. They could use it within their warehouses, within the health sector. They can use it within the pharmaceutical sector to automate the pharmaceutical process. It could be used in many different cases. However, having stand-alone solutions or robotics arms by itself without having an access to the cloud services will keep it. It is like just a task-oriented. I believe that's it. That's it for today. To conclude this session, I just want to emphasize that the government entities have to move to the cloud. The fear from the data privacy is there, but I believe by having standards, regulations to protect this data within the countries, it's a must. Bringing hyperscalers to the governments to benefit from the cloud services as an enabler, or cloud computing as enabler of the emerging tech is a must. So thank you very much, and thank you for having me in this great event, and I'm happy to be in Oman and I will enjoy the next few days in Oman, and we hope to see you all in Saudi Arabia in the next year. There is a very giant event called LEAP. We're working on it. We had it last year and in Saudi Arabia, and we're now working on it again to have it next year also in Saudi Arabia. So thank you again, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, Dr. Khaled. Welcome to Oman, and please enjoy your time over here. And hopefully we'll see you at LEAP at the end of February, right? Yes. So our next presenter this evening is Mr. Christian Stoschek, Chief Technology Officer and Executive Director of SoftConnect. An illustrious career in the aviation industry, Mr. Stoschek was a part of the senior management team of Munich Airport, where he led their digitalization and process transformation initiative that contributed to them being recognized as Europe's first five-star airport. He is a passionate devotee of driving excellence through digital initiatives. Please welcome Mr. Stoschek to the stage, please. Oh, there you are. Hi. I was looking for, oh, thank you. You're better. And it's about content, and you're the one delivering it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I most probably have the most challenging task now to lead you through my presentation after lunch break. But first of all, I would like to do a compliment to the audience. We had quite comprehensive presentations all the forenoon, and I want also to thank Oer conference team to organize everything. I really enjoy it, and this is on a very professional level. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity after all the technical stuff to speak a little bit about airports and the customer experience. What we heard this morning in the keynote was a question, what is happening with the transformation? Are we forced to go through, or is this maybe a continuous process? I'm afraid it will be a continuous process. That means we have to adopt. And finally, coming to airports, we're speaking about the resilience of infrastructure provider like airports in the future. And this comes down to everything what has said this morning. It comes down to processes, it comes down also to people. And beside all the techniques, I will at the end also speak a little bit about the people behind. I have tried to make it easy for you. We start a little bit with the technical thing on airports, not too much, then I have a small video. Afterwards, I would like to make you familiar as an appetizer about some game changer in the digitalization at airports, even especially also in the retail. So I hope you enjoy it. Some words of myself. I'm the CEO of Aviation Scout Consulting. That's a consulting company which has founded 2016. In this function, I had several mandates on sea level, the last 10 years as member of the board of Munich Airport, and I was in charge to lead the 5-star accreditation at Munich Airport. And I'm really honored to speak to you today because the last 10 years, Munich Airport had a long and deep, good relation with Oman airports, and I was very happy to see that I think it was 2 weeks ago, Oman Airport Group has been awarded for the best airport staff in the Middle East. This is really a great achievement, and you can be very proud of this, and I can tell you that's not the first, that's the second step to a 5-star airport. So well done. So what we are doing, we're doing strategic development, but mainly we do transformation. Change management with people. We go along with investors on private partnerships, projects in airports. So a lot is going on in Western Europe on this. And I think private partnership will be the future model also for operation of airports. We have one branch office in Munich, one in Bulgaria, where we executed 2 years transformation from the former government airport to a new airport, privatized airport. And we have, luckily here also in Oman, one of our key business partners, it's SSA International, which helps us to get familiar with the situation here and supports us in all aspects. Let's speak about airports. Airports are big infrastructure installations. These airports are gateways. And I was very inspired from everything what I heard about the Oman Vision 2040 and all the plans you have named, and I feel really inspired because as a German guy, I had the feeling you have a plan and you want to go for it. So good luck for this, and any support needed for that is available. But I have the feeling that's not only a start, that's a vision for this country. And of course, coming back to airports, it starts with arriving with the aircraft. So please consider, if I may, that the passenger experience, mainly for the country, and everything what you achieve, the expectation start at the airport. So I would love to see that also the airport operation will develop in the same direction. Airports have been gone through a hard time. They were hit hard by the corona situation and the corona pandemic. Myself, I was sitting in a board in Munich when we came down from 1,100 flights daily down to 17. That was the moment where we decided to shut down the baggage handling system and where we decided to close down the Terminal 1. But airports have changed over the years from pure infrastructure provider, because more and more transparency in the data with the internet have led to the fact that more and more people come through this airport and with high expectation on her personal experience. That means airports maybe didn't care 30 years ago who was passing through the airport, because it was clear the one who wanted to fly, he wanted to take a plane and go in. Today, the passenger can change and can choose for that. And that means airports were more and more forced to know who is coming through and what are the expectations of these different people there. To give you an example, in Munich, around 49% of the retail revenues are 49% of the total revenues. So 51% comes out the original airline revenues, the rest comes out of retail. And that will increase and grow. Customer centricity, it's key, of course. We're everywhere. It's not only at the airport, it's especially also in companies. And what we see more and more is also a change in the mindset of people and the new generations. So what does it mean for innovation and digitalization? Of course, what I have here 3 pictures. The first one is Munich, 1960. The middle one is 1980. And we have here Düsseldorf, 2022. What is my key message? When you look, the aircrafts are more or less the same. The color is different, the models are maybe a little bit different. but it's always the same system. The aircraft arrives, you need stairs, you have to put out manually the baggage. So in these processes, there is no real innovation. The question is now, and maybe that's fulfilling afternoon discussion, why is it like this? But I think in the past, the airports very much depended on the people behind it, on the low-skilled jobs, on privatized jobs for low cost. And this went quite good until now. Sorry, I have to go back. You most probably saw these pictures out of Western Germany and Western Europe. So what happened here? On the left side, you see that's from Heathrow Terminal 2. There was a problem that the baggage service, baggage handling system was for 2 days unserviceable. Secondly, it was such a recovery of traffic and a lack of people that we came to pictures like this. This is Manchester in the middle, Manchester on the security. So such pictures are really a threat for CEOs. And it raises the question, where's the contingency, where is the contingency plan? Where is the preparation of the recovery, et cetera, et cetera. Finally, the same issue here, even in Western Europe, no people, because a lot of people have been laid off and they do not return in their old jobs because they were paid for 2 years at home and decided simply to go out of this business and divert in other jobs. This is a really critical situation, meanwhile. Second is the lack of pilots. A lot in Europe, a lot of the bigger airlines have to cancel flights considerably because they are not able to operate them. So what's the conclusion here? That leads personally to the conclusion, redundancy, full automatization, which is not done in every airport, so we made quite a progress, but it needs a further step of full automatization, contingency processes and preparation like this. Why? Such pictures are meanwhile in the social media within seconds distributed all over the whole world. So we have to be aware that we really focus on our processes, that we have good plans, and that we have contingency plans to avoid pictures like that. The ministry in Germany expect that situations like this, the right one is Hamburg, waiting times of 2 hours for the security will last a minimum of 1 to 2 years. You can imagine what does it mean, the loss of revenues, loss of reputation, and damage of the reputation of aviation and airports. I've prepared a small video to change to the, let me say, better news, which shows you what has been done during Corona time. I'll stop it for a moment. No, sorry. What we have done in Munich over the last 2 years in order to be faster to train people for the low-skilled jobs, which are ramp and ground handling, in order to prepare them in a higher amount and what virtual reality can do about it. I have a small video here which I would like to show you, which shows a common project with Frankfurt Airport on training and of preparation of ground handling stuff, which I would like to share with you. Hope you enjoy it.
Aeroground, Munich Airport Services and Fraport are the leading ground handling companies in Europe. The key success factor is to deliver reliable service without making any compromise on quality and safety. On-the-job training is one of the key elements of our basic training on the ramp. The challenge is it's quite restricted in many ways, so the access to the ramp, the safety regulations, and finally, you need an aircraft for the training, which is not always available.
We got together with our colleagues from Aeroground and we thought, what if we could use virtual reality to virtualize our on-the-job training? That would give our trainers a tool that helps them to make their training more efficient and at the same time increase the quality of the training.
The administrative and logistical efforts for planning and preparing the real-life trainings is huge. With VR, our trainers have the chance to reduce this effort enormously. They can now use the saved time to respond to the individual needs of the trainees and therefore make the trainings more effective.
With VR, our trainers have the possibility to start a training whenever they want to. Regardless of time, weather and flight plans, the trainers can evoke rare or even dangerous situations that the trainees have to manage.
Of course, it's a challenge to create standardized VR simulations for every airport. We use the InnoActive platform, which is open and flexible to adapt our training content to the local requirements, infrastructure, and airline process variations. InnoActive is providing us with a pre-existing set of building blocks. But we also need airport-specific content, tasks, operations, and interactions. Our partner 3D will make sure that we get exactly this. This will enable us to create an extensive premium quality catalog of reusable training assets, which all our trainer can then use for their specific training program.
We are using the InnoActive SDK to create virtual reality aviation trainings. InnoActive provides a Unity plugin which lets us create hundreds of VR training modules in a maintainable way. It is open, based on standards, and gives us the flexibility to develop custom functionality whenever we need to. We see that the VR hardware, like the HTC Vive Pro, has reached the maturity level where large-scale deployment of VR training is possible.
HTC provides VR solutions for large-scale and intensive use, and we've been supporting a lot of VR training enterprise projects. It's great to see that the two largest airports in Europe are teaming up with InnoActive to create the first platform for VR training dedicated for airports around the world.
Thank you. These technologies are really key also for the next years. It's persistent here. Because this kind of technology allows us in half the time to train our people. We don't have to bring them really on the ramp on an airport. You can easily select who is capable for the job or not. And the recovery we luckily see now worldwide at the airports, it will grow. And again, we have to prepare because finally we still need the people because the automatization and the digitalization will take time. A lot of discussions had taken place before COVID, should we go for it or not? And it is like this that maybe a lot of them have hesitated, and then came the COVID pandemic. So we lost more or less 2 years. And when we look now on surveys of CEOs of airports worldwide, we can see most of the projects are on the agenda, and realization is planned for next year, 2023. But you can see there's a big complexity in all the projects, and it will also take time. So a good plan also for here, is urgently needed. But let's now change to the retail side. The retail side has reached out for a boom. And what I wanted to show you on some samples, that what is happening in this area. Because what is happening, the new generation Z, Zulu, Z, these are people who were born in the area of 1995 to 2010. This generation is quite familiar with digital units and digitalization. Some of them are called already the digital natives 2.0, and there are high expectations. That means these people are also now in the recovery, traveling, coming through the airports, and they expect, of course, not the normal sortiment and the normal shops. They really look for a digitalized solution to get a bigger shopping experience. And you see the figures here that 83% of the shoppers expect digital presence and experience. And 54% of the global shoppers value experiences more than products. And you will see what does it mean. These people are not going in a shop and looking for products in order to buy them. They expect to have it in a way digitalized products and digitalized channels to buy them or even to check them. We call that omni-channel, and this generation is coming more and more in front, and these will be our, or are already our passenger, and the number of these passengers will grow. The airport market here in the retail, as already said, will develop much more faster as the automatization in the infrastructure. And this has, of course, different views and different aspects. The first aspect is, you know, when you have a high expectation and you will not find this expectation or you cannot satisfy this expectation, then you have a bad feeling. To avoid this, in order to grant the reputation of the airport, you have to do something. The same, by the way, is happening on the labor market. When you have now this generation, they're expecting not only to get an iPhone or an iPad, they expect the company they will onboard to deal with this kind of technology. And this will be in future also for the labor market, and the leadership performance will be a big challenge we have also to prepare on. The shoppers are something expecting which we call omni-channel shopping experience. 53%, as said, they prefer an omni-channel shopping experience compared to only 37% in 21. What does it mean? That does mean they go in the shop, they want to experience on a digital way the products, and maybe they want to check on other channels before they take a decision. And they take a decision not by taking the product or feeling the product. They will make the decision based on the quality of the digitalization. I give you an example, Gucci. You won't believe it, but I don't know who has made experience in a virtual room. Gucci has made a huge growth of virtualized products. So you go in your virtual room, you have your avatar, and you can buy Gucci product for this avatar. Maybe myself, I wouldn't do that, but most of the shoppers and the future customers, they do it. And Gucci reached out to really compensate these 2 years of COVID in order to grow the business in this area. Then esports. Esports becomes more and more attractive and takes more room in the digitalization and on airports. We have a lot of areas, shopping areas, where these kind of offers are in place, simulators, etc. And the customer want to have a virtual racing experience. Yeah, maybe we in our generation wanted to sit in a normal car, but this generation wants to have this virtual experience, and it's ready to pay for that. So we see in airports more and more these kind of esports areas, which are expected from our passengers also in future, and you will then will see them more and more also in airports. Then the new categories. New categories means we have this example from Stormers. Stormers has developed an e-bike, and they have a 200 square meters area now, also in Zurich, where you can see this product. But the sense behind is not to achieve that everyone comes and buys the product, it's just to make the product aware, and the customers, the new customers, which I mentioned before, they distribute, they make photos, they bring it on the omni channels and promote it. So by doing this at airports where a lot of people come through, Stormer really developed the brand and made a huge development also in this. It shows you that the former duty-free business, which we have normally still in place at airports, will totally change, and the expectation goes exactly in this direction. Then again, these virtual rooms, metaverse, I think this is one of the biggest trends. It's also not to go in a shop to buy some pants, is again through virtually experience, to take a glass on and do the virtual experience, and you can choose the product and see like how it fits on your body, or even you can show it to your wife and then decide whether you buy it or not. The product itself, it's not there. The product will be bought then on other channels. So that's also something which has to be considered. Lotte Duty Free is one of the biggest in this area. Meanwhile, and opened, I think, this year in Las Vegas, one of the biggest shops with a big success. Service delivery bots. And we spoke about the ability also of elder people to handle the iPhone or the iPhone watch. And here there come more and more coffee shops in place where can you choose through your app up to 25, 35 different kind of coffees or milk. And this is even in a generation 50 plus very much in favor, and this is expected. That was driven a little bit also through the COVID situation. That is no contact between the seller and the guy or the person who orders that, but that is also comes more and more in place. It's quite effective because you need no servant, no one who has to serve these and to operate this shop. So I made it quite short and simple. From a total different, let me say, perspective like this, what is the conclusion here? The conclusion is simply digitalization, yes. Automatization has done everywhere, quite considerably. redundancy, contingency, in order to keep our systems resilient. And finally, the people behind, and the people, goodbye. The people are key, and I would like to as a conclusion, to break a lance for the people, and also for the people which are working at the airport with a lack of staff. There's a high pressure on these people, but we have to find a way also to support these people by more digitalization, which go more in the operational things, and through more digitalized processes. So far, the recovery is good, but we have, in my view, if you allow me to speed up with the digitalization, with correct and suitable processes, and I think that's one of the key tasks for airport operator in future. So I thank you for the attention, and if you want, are you interested, you want to have more information about that, I'm happy to share more views from the samples which are at the moment at the trend, and I can forward you then the information which are requested, and of course, any other question. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staszek. You brought up very good points. Airports are the first gateways coming into a country, so it's very important to have it right and in check. Thank you very much for mentioning that, for us to actually pay attention to it. We need an app to make things simpler over there. Think about it, citizen opportunity. Our next presenter this evening is Mr. Rajiv Mehta, the business head of telecom infrastructure, special products and services in the technology and communications divisions at MHD ITEX. Yes, people, one more presentation and we are done. He is a seasoned business professional in the telecom infrastructure and solutions domain with over 24 years of experience. Mr. Mehta has accomplished success in the delivery of leading-edge and technological advanced solutions for telecom infrastructure and service providers here in Oman. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for a man that sounds like the metaverse, Mr. Mehta. Where is he? Hey.
Hi, good evening, Your Excellency, all the organizers, and all my distinguished guests. Thank you very much. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our friend Fahmi, who has been, please give a round of applause for him, because the whole day he has been seamlessly conducting this program, and also the event organizer. As we move forward, I would like to also thank our management and the event organizers for giving us the opportunity to present about our digital private network offerings. This is brought to you by the Technology and Communications Division at the MHD's ITEX cluster. I'll be very crisp and very sharp. I introduce the digital private network, the digital private network architecture, followed by the benefits, the use cases, and our offerings. Just for your information, many of the use cases were already covered in the earlier presentations and the key panel discussion that happened during the day. Industry 4.0 requires a high-performance communication foundation that is reliable and secure. It's basically private networks, which are the preferred way to connect all our devices, industrial sites, and augmenting workers. Why do I say so? You have so many futuristic and current technologies which have to be connected. So like drones, you need video surveillance, you have AR, VR applications to be run, you have industry automation, you have automated guided vehicles. Of course, apart from that, you have your office automation products as well as your smartphones, which help you in the productivity. Thus, we need a dedicated private network, which is dedicated to your data protection. Fundamentally, the data lies within your system. It is your own network. It is protected, and data does not lie somewhere else. The it also caters to your customer needs, which are flexible and adaptable. At the same time, it has to be innovative and futuristic. Why do I say innovative and futuristic? Because you need a network which will be your backbone for the next 5 years. Thus, during the day, we have seen a couple of these points were covered by Dr. Ali also in his point that he made during the key panel discussion. The driving forces that are there are basically enhanced mobile coverage, broadband coverage, which is needed across your complete premises, all your campuses, all your infrastructure. Plus, you have massive IoT deployments which are going to take place, which will need a lot of data and connectivity requirements. Along with that, you also need the ultra-reliable, low latency, because of which you will be able to automate a lot of industrial processes, deploy industrial robots, and also automated guided vehicles in future. These driving forces lead us to the requirements. As you can see, most of these requirements which are driving the industry automation are needing low latency, high throughputs, as well as full mobility and reliability. So where does this lead us to the solution? The solution primarily is you deploy your own 5G licensed or an unlicensed network across your enterprise-wide network to cater to all your requirements, thereby having your computing as well as the devices connected and giving you a seamless application experience. Thus, we come to the next section, which is the architecture. This is a broad level architecture wherein I am just in a very simple manner trying to show how smart services for Industry 4.0 are connected to the application and the backend infra through an open standards-based 5G RAN radio access network, which you create on your own infrastructure, and thereby developing a network-in-a-box infrastructure. Of course, there will be a question arising in your mind as to why, when you are developing your own private network, what would happen to public service provider? It is not that. Fundamentally, you need a mobile core as well. And these days, there are technologies wherein you use network slicing technology to basically offer mobile core as a service to your own requirement, and thereby developing your own network, at the same time serving your own customers as well. This is a thing which is happening currently in Oman and is expected to be developed in one of the oil and gas sector with one of the leading organizations. They're going to deploy, this is an architecture which is a more wherein you have the, on the right-hand side, you have the all the CPs and the devices which need to be connected through of an industrial facility area which is covered using a complete 5G network, and which is backend connected to the core DWDM ring and the backend infrastructure for the NOC, firewall, and taking care of all the security and everything. Going forward to benefits. Some of the benefits that are listed down here are basically, it is your own dedicated network. It is your local network developed by your dedicated resources and independently managed. It is secure because you are getting cellular grade security. Fundamentally, if you see, what I mean by cellular grade security is that you have your, every device has for your example, every smartphone has an IMEI number. That's the reason why you can, once you can identify a device, you can easily track it and monitor it as well. Thus, also the second most important thing is all your sensitive data, like your production data or your drilling data, and everything stays on your premises. It is not on a cloud, or it is all connected and deployed in your own servers. You can optimize it, it is tailor-made for local applications in terms of you can develop applications and deploy low latency applications and have enhanced quality of services. Plus, one more important aspect is that you get flexibility in terms of coverage. Just imagine if you have to develop a wireless LAN kind of an environment to cover this industrial facility area, you will need thousands of access points. The same thing can be used deploying basically a 5G unlicensed or a licensed network and giving you the coverage capacity and as well as the mobility. As I said earlier, some of the use cases have been covered earlier. This is a smart manufacturing use case. One of the important things is that you can deploy remote production monitoring as well as machine-to-machine handling applications, which will help you avoid a lot of disasters which could happen at times of emergencies. Plus of course, later on you have the AGVs also can be deployed on a shop floor as well. There's use cases of the airport ground handling system which can be completely automated, thereby avoiding certain mishaps because of any human error which could take place in any of the exchange of data. There's another use case which was covered today morning is the kind of Sohar port, wherein a container port, one of the important application that can be used is a container detection application, wherein because of the length and breadth of a port, it's difficult to identify and track the containers. This can be automated and can be remotely as well managed. Another use case is an oil and gas kind of a platform wherein without any human intervention, as a lot of processes which can be taken care of remotely. At the same time, all the critical data on a real-time basis is made available for key decision makers to decide on the how the production has to happen. Another use case is a campus of a building or a hospital which can be covered, facility which can be covered for giving various kinds of services like live entertainment services, live broadcast. At the same time, in a hospital, it can be given to deliver a lot of healthcare services without any human intervention. Thus, I come to the last section of our offerings. Is primarily, as I had shown you, this is the architecture. And what we offer is an end-to-end program management, right from the device ecosystem to the back-end infra, including the whole length and breadth of the landscape, which is in terms of the radio access network, the infrastructure, the local backhaul, as well as the mobile core. Everything with all the necessary services and are needed are offered by us here locally in Oman. That's it. Thank you. I wish to thank you, everyone, for giving this opportunity again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. It was perfect. It was a perfect end to the second edition of the Oer Live Digital Transformation Conference and Awards 2022. I hope everybody who's sitting down still here enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and will keep coming to the Oer Live events and the UMS events. We hope everyone who joined here today at the Sheraton Oman Hotel and virtually on Zoom and YouTube enjoyed the proceedings, especially our lovely guests who've come here from abroad. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our valued partners and sponsors, Petroleum Development Oman, OQ, Bank Nizwa, Sahara International, United Securities, Neo Reality, Cisco, Business Giveaways, Business Gateways, Omantel, Majani University College, Securado, MHD iTix, and the Far Insurance for their continued support. We look forward to doing this again and seeing you in 2023. Take care of yourselves and have a nice day.